edition of Insomnia, Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, my beautiful people. Happy Sunday. Hopefully y'all slept well last night and y'all been able to have a good day and enjoy y'all's weekend. So thank you for joining me this evening. I'm happy to be here with y'all. I thought about taking tonight off, but then I saw someone had sent me a message, and someone else went through and paid for a reading, and unfortunately I didn't get the notification from the bank, so I decided to come on tonight and spend tonight with y'all so I can do these readings, these paid readings and all that, and hang out with y'all for a few hours. So, beautiful people, how's everyone doing? Hopefully y'all had a good Sunday and a good weekend and got plenty of rest to start the new work week. For those of y'all who work Monday through Friday, I know some of y'all end up having to work the weekends too. Hi, beautiful Darby. How you doing, sweetheart? So, I'm going to go through. I'm going to get started with, I think this deck's what's the news. I think that's what it is. Pull some cards from this and a couple other decks, and then I'll go over the tarot spread I pulled for y'all tonight, and then the oracle cards for it. You're horribly sunburned. Ouch. You spent time outside. I think I saw you send a message, but I didn't get a chance to read it yet. I didn't go to bed till almost 1, I think, in the afternoon, and then I got up because I pulled the spread for tonight once I saw the couple messages and set up all the streams for this upcoming week. So when I woke up and then woke up and got in the shower, so I didn't get a chance to look at it, beautiful. I'm sorry you're sunburnt. Oh, okay. Well, I'll look at it later, beautiful. I'm sure she looked cute. She enjoyed the pool. Hi, Deborah. Yeah, I saw it, beautiful. Thank you, honey. After I do the collective, Deborah, I'll do your reading, sweetheart. So thank you so much for your donation. Appreciate you. Hi, Hershey. How you doing, beautiful? Same to you, Hershey. Hi, Bonnie. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, your hubby got burnt too, but Hazel got a little tan. Aw, I know she looks cute. Hi, Off-Grid. How you doing? Cool beans, Off-Grid. I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Everything's good? You installed your first solar panel. Wow, baby. Way to go. Oh, well, thank you, Hershey, for doing that, honey. Hazel's more olive skin tone like me. Yep. We're lucky enough to have a little skin tone to us, and that way when we do get out in the sun, we just darken. That's all I do is tan. But it's strange because when I tan, you know, being out in the sun, like, I turn red, like, I'm burnt, but I'm not. You know, it's like, I'll be red for, like, the first day, and then I brown up after that. Oh, our bed Off-Grid. It wasn't hot here. It was cool. I think the wind was blowing a little bit, so that helped. Cool, cloudy day in Ohio. Yep. Ohio's known for all that. I've been up there. I've been up to, near, Cincinnati. Dang, what's the name of that city? It's outside of Cincinnati. Hi, Karen. How you doing, beautiful? It's good to see y'all, beautiful people. All right. Let's see. What's the news? High lines in. All right. First up. Bye, Felicia. Who'd y'all say bye to? Wow. I even picked up an energy of like attitude. Like someone ticked you off. Whoever this is, I just picked up. Like someone really ticked you off recently. This feels like it was either yesterday or today. And dang, that was a terrible ending. This feels like an ending of like a friendship. Yikes. I'm sorry for whoever that is. Yes, Deborah, that's it. Columbus, that's it. I've been up there. I actually was up there in the middle of winter one year, like right before Christmas. Whoa. I drove up there to see a friend of mine. Got there, I think it was about, what? Took me about 7.5 hours maybe. Drove there that day and then came home the next day. Oh, this is some oracle deck called What's the News, I think is what it's called. Hershey. Alright, Spirit, what else? Ooh, maybe that's why y'all said bye. Peace out to this person, because I feel like someone was telling secrets. They were breaking your confidence, things you share with them. They've been going over there running their mouth to people, is what I picked up. So, yeah, I'd say bye to them too. Someone's definitely not trustworthy to share things with. Alright, what else, Spirit? No, don't give me more than one, Spirit. Come on now. Okay. Y'all trying to cleanse y'all's life of negativity. Ridding people in situations that aren't serving your highest good. Like whoever this friendship was, whoever that's for. But the overall energy I'm getting from y'all is y'all are trying to stay in this high vibing energy. In order to do that, you got to cleanse your life, you know, spiritually and, you know, emotionally and mentally from people and things and situations that aren't serving your highest good. Because I get high vibing at the bottom of this deck, which is great. Y'all stay in that high vibe frequency. That's what's going to attract the good people towards you and keep all the negativity out. It won't rid of all the negative people, but you know how that saying goes, like misery loves company. Well, if you're always happy and high vibing, they definitely don't want to be around you to spoil their misery. So, ooh, heart-to-heart conversations, huh? Who y'all been talking to? Y'all been making a love connection y'all didn't tell me about? Y'all having some deep conversations I pick up. It's been over the weekend. Yeah, I picked up on somebody. I'm picking up on an energy. Someone here that sat down and had a long talk with your love partner. I'm picking up on someone who really wants things to go to the next level, but I'm feeling a lot of resistance from your partner. And I feel like you're very guarded now from this person because you're afraid they're going to break your heart and they're not going to want to commit to you or give you the love and energy you're looking for from, you know, a partner. So, I'm sorry. What else, Spirit? At least you were up front with them. That's what I tell y'all to do. You don't know where you stand with someone until you tell them how you feel and ask them flat out. What else, Spirit? Whoa. Oh, dang, Spirit. Oh, who's been out here partying? You party animals? Is that what y'all did all weekend? Party animals, sex, drugs, and alcohol. Surface pleasures. Y'all been drinking a little too much. Enjoying other illegal substances, we'll say. Having a little fun. And even get extra at the bottom. Wow. Y'all had some good times all over the weekend. Why didn't I get an invitation? No, I'm kidding. I don't do none of that, y'all. What else, Spirit? Give me one more. Uh-oh. Who y'all reading up on? Y'all, getting some, research done, learning, and, even snooping around on someone. Like, I feel like you've been, watching someone's social media, being a little nosy. Maybe because you feel like you're being left out in the dark. I feel that whoever, whether this is friends, family, or someone maybe you got a crush on, or maybe your significant other, I feel like you've been reading up on them, checking up on them. You know, I'm not going to say you're spying on them. I'm just saying you're keeping a closer tab on their social media accounts to see what they've been up to, what they're doing that they're not sharing with you. All right. Spirit, just give me one more. Then I'm going to pull out this keyword one. Yep. Oh, y'all being a little sneaky too. Yep. Is this why? Either this is you or this is the other person. Y'all sneaking around or they're sneaking around. Yeah, third party energy. So either this is you and you got a third party situation going on, or the person you're involved with has a third party situation going on. I don't necessarily feel like, for whoever this is, I feel like this could be for a few people. I'm not saying that they're necessarily cheating on you. Because I don't feel like the third party is necessarily a romantic interest of theirs. It could just be a friend, but I do pick up your insecurity though. Like you're not as trusting of your partner, or because you've been hurt in the past so much, you don't trust any other um, outsiders that are of the opposite gender of them coming in, and being around them. So, which is the sad part about social media. That seems to be a big issue with people now, especially, people posting pictures and guys commenting on other ladies' pictures and, vice versa. So, all right. Hi, Eternal. Hi, everybody. Let me get this keywords now. So, all right. Put this up. Keywords. What's going on? Hi, Catherine. How you doing, beautiful? Okay. Spirits. Keywords. What's the gravy, Spirit? Alright. What's the gravy, Spirit? If I can give me something good. First keyword up is dog. Ability to devote yourself to your path. Happy, loyal, faithful friend. Devoted. Yeah, I feel like many of y'all are a good friend. Someone that, your family and friends can really rely on. And you're loyal and devoted, to your friendships, your relationships with your family, and even if you have a significant other in your life. I really feel like they really look at you that way too. And that's always good to have. Alright. What else, Spirit? Yep, here's hammers, the next keyword. Building relationships, friendships, connecting. Again, like with this, y'all are really building and connecting with your loved ones. Really devoting more time to them, I feel, to strengthen those bonds and those connections. And maybe right now, things been a little crazy, a little chaotic in your life, like busy. So maybe, in recent, weeks or even months, you haven't been able to give them as much of your time as maybe prior. So now you've been trying to refocus and put more of your time and energy into trying to strengthen those bonds and spend more time with them and be there for them, be available. Hi, Winter. How you doing, beautiful? I was thinking about you last night. Notice I haven't seen you last few days. I hope you're okay, sweetheart. It's good to see you. All right, Spirit, what else? Back is sore. And start wiggling around a lot. All right, next keyword, goat. Sure-footedness, desire, reverie, navigates hard, places with ease, faith, creative energy, aspiration, tranquility. I feel like y'all are really going hard, navigating hard, and having a desire, going after what it is you want, what matters most to you. Whether that's your friendships, your family, your significant other, your career, your personal time, even for yourself, investing in your hobbies. I'm picking up on someone who's in school right now, like in college, taking um, extra courses to get, a higher degree to make more money. I really feel like y'all really putting your foot to the pedal and navigating this path forward to create an opening to even, a new chapter where you might be starting over, like especially if you're looking at wanting to um, level up in your career, wanting to grow in your career, or even go through, maybe you're looking at starting like a side hustle. I really feel like there's a lot going on in here, but I feel a lot of positivity where y'all are really getting creative and really being inspired to put yourself out there and to really try and do something else, because there's a couple of y'all I just pick up that y'all are like me. You're not like the type of person that wants to work for somebody else. You'd rather work for yourself. You're not the 9 to 5 kind of person. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I know, I used to be a 9 to 5, but couldn't do it anymore. Have to be my own boss. So if that's what y'all are doing, I'm picking it up and I feel like you're going places with it. I really feel that deep desire and that creative energy coming to the surface. So that's beautiful. One more, Spirit. And with it, y'all are taking everybody else out to the trash that aren't serving your highest good. Because the next keyword I got is trash. The relationship is done. Time to move on. Chuck it in the F it bucket. Trashy behaviors or thinking. It is not of further use. So, again, I feel like, what isn't serving your highest good are people trying to get in your way. Maybe even there's some distractions. I get an envious energy around you that's not, they want to be you. They want to have what you have. They want to, create what you're trying to create. They want to be like the center of attention, like what, some of y'all are getting from others. So this negative energy and others like it, I feel like you're going through and really taking um, an inventory of all your relationships, all the people in your life, the ones who truly been there for you and want to see you do well, and then the ones that have caused problems are the ones you pick up that your intuition keeps telling you, no, it's time for them to go. They're trash pretty much. And I don't like calling people trash, but y'all understand what I mean, especially with that card coming out. Because like I know, y'all heard me say this before, all my haters out there that wish they could be me, but they can't be me. There's only one me. Hi, Judith. How you doing? Hi, Dan. How you doing, sweetheart? Okay, I'm gonna put this up now, y'all. This last deck, and then I'll get into the tarot and the oracle cards I pulled. Whoa, that one just went all over the floor. The table, I mean. That would not have been good. Okay. Let's see. Spirit. What messages do you have for the collective tonight? And beautiful people, this is a collective reading. It's a general collective reading. It's not a personal reading, y'all. It doesn't even matter what your zodiac sign is. It's the collective. So that includes all 12 zodiac signs. If you're here, you're part of the collective. So take what messages resonate and put the rest behind. Leave it, put it to the side for someone else. So, because only some of the messages may resonate because it's a collective reading. Since I'm reading for a lot of people right now. Oh no, Winter. I'm sorry, honey. That's not good. Alright, Spirit. Well, let's put this deck together. Okay. I'm sorry, it's been a rough week for you, beautiful. Alright. Spiritual symbols. Whoa, that was quick. First one, shower. Starting fresh, good life ahead, abundance, elimination of negative thoughts, good health, purification, compliments, inner healing, and love. Yeah, this is y'all starting fresh, looking at the good life. You know, whether y'all are, feel like y'all living a good life now, or that's what y'all are working towards. And I feel like many of y'all are, stepping in and stepping up to looking at yourself in a higher vibrational light. You're really, working hard on your shadow work to put all those negative thoughts to the side, to see, the good in yourself, to, finally look yourself in the mirror and, say, not just the bad things, or I don't want to say bad things, but y'all's flaws, as we all have flaws, but being more focused on the positive, even using some of those words, positive words of affirmation that I tell y'all, to try and use and to remember, because that will help a lot. So good for y'all. I'm happy to see that and feel that. It's always good to talk sweet to yourself, not bring yourself down, because beautiful people, I want y'all to think about something. When you got people out there who truly want to see you fail, your haters, right? And understand me, if you got haters, that means you're doing something right. Why you want to help them? If they really want to see you fail and they don't want to see you do well, by you talking bad about yourself, to yourself, you're helping them. Don't do that. Really, truly love on yourself. Because again, like I tell y'all can't go through and, expect others to love you and treat you right if you're not treating and loving yourself right first, because you're teaching them how to treat you, So, even for the haters, they know they can't cross the line with you and they can't get to you if you keep loving yourself and putting yourself in a positive light instead of allowing all those negative thoughts and their criticisms and such to get to you. Don't let them ruffle your feathers. That's what I'll say. All right, next one. Hourglass. Old school ways of thinking. Time is running out. Death is near. Time is the enemy. Turned upside down. Okay, death is near. Beautiful people, don't take that as a literal thing. Like, I don't feel like anyone's going to die here, but I feel like for many of y'all are having to change the way you think, the way you perceive certain things. Like, especially in the world we live in today, like, the world has completely changed. Like, in the past 20, 25 years, it has changed drastically. You know, when you think of the younger generation, even, for me, I just turned 44 this year. And I can think back, to just in like 5 years, 4 or 5 years, the generation that's 4 or 5 years younger than me, they think completely differently from me. And it throws me, in some ways it's good, but in other ways not so much. So I feel like y'all are really having to change the way you look at things. Not completely. And I'm not saying completely change, but I feel like, maybe you have kids and maybe they've been over there telling you, like, mom, dad, we do it this way, or, no, we don't, look at the world the way you do, or we don't think of it in the context you do. And I feel like your kids are really showing you and teaching you those things, like how to think things differently and go outside the box, not be in that, stuck in that rigid mind frame from, like, you say the 50s and 60s and 70s, where things were much different back then. So, and I think that's good too. It's always good to learn, especially from the younger generation, just as much as we want the younger generation to learn from us. There's always something we can learn from them too. So open up, change your way of thinking. I don't feel like time's really running out. It's just the old school ways of thinking and doing things. I feel like it's outdated now. Smelling yourself in aloe vera. Oh, for your sunburn, Darby. Oh yeah, that does work, girlfriend. I know I had to use that once many, many years ago when I went to, I was in Cancun. And my face got burnt. That was the only part of me that got burnt. And it's crazy because I only got burnt on my nose and right here. That's it. So it was like a line from my nose all the way here. And that's all I got. The rest of me was tan. And I was dark, almost black. That's how dark I was. Okay. What else, Spirit? Thanks. Anchor. Good luck, strength, stability, hope, safety, salvation, belief grounded, determined, journey. Yeah, I feel like y'all are, again, this is like spirit confirming. I feel like y'all are really working on y'all stability. Y'all are really in this very focused, driven, determined energy. And y'all are like, instead of, like literally like anchoring yourself to the ground, I feel like you're raising that anchor to spread your wings to fly, or set, or like the anchor, like this picture, this boat, like y'all are ready to set sail, to explore, to expand. And with y'all expanding, what area of this life, of your life this applies to, this is where your stability is growing and it's building. You're really working on your foundation and the people around you. Like, if you have a significant other, maybe even your parents, your kids, if you have kids, or maybe it's just you and your pets. Doesn't matter. Your family is who you want to be your family, who you consider family. Oh, I can imagine, Darby. I know Hazel had fun. Last one. Speaking of Darby. Last one. Water. Feeling overwhelmed. Detox your life. Stop monitoring yourself for your loved ones. Unaddressed emotions holding you down. Some of y'all do feel overwhelmed. And I feel like many of y'all feel like you're having to maybe sacrifice a little more for the people you love. And, in some aspects it's good as long as you put up your boundaries. And I feel like that's what Spirit wants to remind you of. Put up your boundaries. Don't allow, your loved ones to take full advantage, because unfortunately there's some that will, and they'll take everything you're willing to offer them. until you put your foot down and say no more. When you got young kids, that's different. You know, you got to take care of them. They heavily rely on you. But others, you know, the adults, the older kids, those are the ones that you have to start teaching. And it's time to start teaching them now, whether they're teenagers or even in their young adulthood. They're still having to go through this like we all had to learn in stages and phases, you know, what the real world's like. And, you know, I'm saying, you know, still help them, but maybe you need to scale back how much you help so you don't, you know, drain yourself and become a martyr, because that can end up causing you to resent them at some point, especially if they don't appreciate it. Ouch. Okay. I'll take one more spirit, and I'll put this up. Wow, Deborah, that's crazy, honey. No, I can show y'all some pictures of me dark. When I say dark, I was dark. Like when I was in Cancun, I was very, very dark. And it was crazy because, like in the sun, I'm just, you know, nicely darkly tanned, but, you know, inside the house, especially at night, you know, if there wasn't any light on, I mean, I looked on pretty much almost black. It was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen myself that dark before. That's the darkest I think I've been. But that's, you know, spending 6 days out there on the beach in Cancun, where the sun, yeah, it's a little bit stronger down there, we'll say. All right, Spirit, one more. Show me. Oh, okay, I'll take this one. Thank you, Spirit. All right, last one. Worth the effort. You're getting there one steady step at a time with a little bit of effort. So again, beautiful people, Spirit wants to remind y'all, you know, if y'all feel like y'all aren't getting anywhere, or you're like not moving, like you feel like maybe, you know, you're being held back or you're being blocked, you know, if you feel like you're like in a stuck energy or a stagnant energy, Spirit's saying you're not. You know, you're still moving forward, even if it's one little small step at a time. You know, it's worth the effort. So don't feel like, well, you know, your efforts aren't working, you know, what you've been, you know, working towards. You know, it is very much worth the effort, as, you know, card says right here, and Spirit saying, yes, it's worth the effort. Don't stop. Keep going. All right. Put this deck up now. Sweet Deborah. Hi, NJS. How you doing, sweetheart? Happy Sunday to you too, beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, y'all talking about making homemade aloe vera gel. Aw, that's so sweet. NJS. Hanging out with your grandbaby. I love hearing that. I know I haven't seen my grandbabies this year yet. I know, that's terrible, but it's also true. I need to go see them sometime, but the weekends is really the only time I get a chance to see them, because they're in school during the week. or got something going on. Extracurricular activities, like I know they're in dance and cheer, some type of gymnastics or something too. I think one of them started playing softball and I can't keep up, so. Oh my goodness, Darby. Was she really a real moonchild? Now that's funny, because I even got the moon card at the bottom of one of my decks. Miss Darby. Alright, beautiful people. Again, this is a general collective reading. It's not a personal reading. So take what resonates, leave behind the rest. Okay? And it doesn't matter what zodiac sign you are. This is for all zodiac signs. If you want a personal reading, my personal readings, this is the last night. For $30 US, you can get a personal reading from me. Because starting next week, when I come back, it'll be $40. Alright, beautiful people. So right now, in y'all's recent past energy, I get Six of Cups. So, Six of Cups is a nostalgia card, but it's also a card of, like, saying, like, you've been, you know, not just reminiscing, but possibly someone from your past is returning. This could be an estranged family member. This could be an estranged friend. This could even be an ex-love. An ex, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend, ex-husband, wife, whoever. Just an ex-partner, significant other, we'll say. And so I feel like this is a couple. So you all been thinking about an ex. They've been heavily on your mind. And I feel like they've even may have come into your life already, entered back into your life recently. Or they're getting ready to, because we're all on a different timeline. So it could have already happened for some of y'all, but not all of y'all. So if y'all are wondering about this ex, like I feel like many y'all are, they're coming back. They're returning. Because I see, here you are, Queen of Pentacles, and beautiful people, don't pay attention to the gender, okay? This is just y'all in y'all's feminine energy, showing me y'all's feminine energy. You're the very loving, nurturing, want to, you know, share everything with the people you care about. You know, what you work for, you want to share that and give that to others and enjoy it. And here, I feel like this person is coming in. King of Cups. Someone who's stable, loving, loyal. Someone you can depend on. Um, Someone I feel that is more in tune with their heart, with their emotions, than with their logic and rationale. So I feel like this could be a positive thing. If this is something you're looking for, if you're looking for love, you know, I feel like your ex is coming. If they haven't come yet, I feel like they're coming back soon. But, okay, Spirit just told me for someone out here, though, this isn't a love, this is a ex-friend that you've been thinking about, that you've been missing. So, whoever that person is, someone that's very loving, loyal, someone you can rely on, they're coming back. And in y'all's present energy, I get the Wheel of Fortune, which is all about positive change. Things turning and changing for the better. So if you feel like you've been in a period of bad luck where things are just going to hell in a handbasket, Spirit's saying things are starting to change for the better, the way you want them. That wheel is turning towards, you know, your future, towards positivity. And this is coming after, I feel like, this ex-friend, ex-lover, whoever that is, you taking, you know, a break. Maybe, you know, y'all decided to take a break and, you know, split apart for a while. Because here you are in this Four of Swords energy where you are, you know, just taking a back seat, taking a rest. You know, you even see, you know, the girl's laying here and she has her heart laid out next to her, you know, so she's not so much connected to her heart right now. She's taking a break because obviously, like, from this past energy, whatever caused, you know, this to end, you know, you needed some time to heal. So I feel like that's what you've been doing. But I feel like it's changing now. Again, this person's coming back, or they will be coming back. And you're looking for, more effort where you feel like someone's going to be there for you just as much as you have been there for them. Because I feel like for some of y'all, whoever this person is, maybe they weren't, as attentive to you, as maybe they were before. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for equal effort. You're looking for balance with the Six of Pentacles right here. That's a, even give and take kind of situation where, you know, you give of yourself, you give your emotions and show your love and attention, make the investment, and expecting that it be reciprocated back to you, but maybe sometimes it wasn't. So I feel like now maybe this time away from you has given this person a lot to think about, and maybe they're ready to come back in and say, okay, you're right. I didn't give all my time, love, and attention and make the investment in our relationship, friendship, but I'm ready to do that now, where I feel like that's why this turning of the wheel is going to get better. Because, you know, I feel like when we have someone in our life that loves us, no matter if it's a significant other, a friend, family member, where we really feel like we're being supported, and we have someone that, is going to encourage us, especially when we're going through those bad days, which we all have them. I feel like that, lights us up, to the point that that lights that fire, it gives us that extra energy, love from someone else gives us that extra energy, that extra willpower to keep going, to keep fighting, to see a new day, even when things aren't going our way, which will happen. So I feel like it's going towards the better, because in the center, Spirit saying, this is y'all, this is the center, this is temperance, this is all about things being done in moderation. So Spirit wants you to take your time, even, whether this is focusing on your professional life or your personal life, do things in moderation so you don't get overwhelmed. Because I feel like there's something that's going on right now outside of possibly this, ex person returning back into your life. That is something that could be very emotional for you. That might be getting the best of you with this Page of Cups right here. Something that you don't have a lot of experience with. And it's mostly dealing with your emotions. And so now maybe you're needing someone else to help encourage you. Because I feel like this has to do with even your values, your beliefs, having to fight your ground and be firm, with both yourself, but with the outside world. Because here's the Seven of Wands with it. So Spirit saying, take your time. Everything's good and it's done in moderation. You know, um, don't rush, and don't force it down people's throats either. Do a little bit at a time, gently, have those conversations with people, whoever you feel like you've been having to defend yourself against. Even if if you're having to protect yourself or protect what you've been working for, maybe that's your home, maybe that's, even maybe someone threatening your family, your home life, your domestic life, if you're already married or in a situation where you have someone living with you, a significant other, you got kids, whatever this is, you're trying to protect it, you're standing your ground with it. And maybe, yeah, you don't have all the answers, and no, maybe you're not as experienced with this, but there are others that will help you, guide you through this. But everything has to be done in moderation. You can't expect everything to happen overnight and all the answers be given to you at once, or all the solutions be there overnight like that. It's a process. And this is a process of discovery for you to learn how to manage your emotions, how to take things slowly, to not, overthink things, or to get caught up in your emotions and then get lost, get carried away, or feel like, someone isn't being there for you. Like, maybe, that martyr energy might come to the surface in you. So Spirit wants you to take your time. Don't rush. Everything good, like I always say, good things come to those who wait. But better things come to those who work for it. You can't just wish for things to happen and not take action towards it. So take the action, but still, be mindful in how you approach it. Because Spirit's showing me there's something here that, you're guarding, you're protecting, that you're excited, you're fighting for. You know, because I get this Three of Wands energy and the advice. This is something you're very, you know, happy. It fulfills you. You're very excited about. This is, you know, whether this is a situation or a person, you are happy and excited about this. And you're really trying to stand firm with this again, defending, you know, this over here, you know, Seven of Wands. And even though you may not have that experience, but Spirit's showing you, whether you have the emotional experience or not, you will grow into this. And Spirit wants to remind you to be confident, you know, that you still are in control of your destiny. Because I have that Chariot card right here. They're wanting to remind you it's still within your control. You know, this is all about your willpower, your confidence, being able to see it through, be determined. No matter what happens, no matter what anyone else says, that you yourself, you know, you're strong, you're smart. You know, you have the intellect, you know, you have the time, and you're willing to break through all the obstacles, even, you know, all the criticism. So be in control. Drive this horse and drive it forward without allowing anyone to distract you or get in your way. The only person that can get in your way is yourself. And that's what Spirit's saying here. So whatever this situation or person, if you want it and you want to build and make it grow, you're in control. You're driving the horse here. So keep going. Because here you are also um, with this Queen of Swords energy. You know, and this is someone who may not always be attached to their emotions, but you're using your logic. You're being strategic. You know, you're taking all your experience and wisdom you do have and trying to apply it to the best of your ability to your current circumstances, and you will continue doing that moving forward. So, and then if others come through that maybe aren't for you, it's time to use that sword and cut the cords. It's time for you to speak your truth to them and tell them no, you know, that they're wrong, or no, you know, they're not welcomed, you know, or even, you know, you could be like me, you know, you may not agree with what others say, which we're not always going to agree with each other, but there's a way of, you know, being able to be respectful, agree to disagree. So be that energy, be strong, be stern, but also still find a way to be in tune with your heart, especially when it comes to the people, things, and places you care about. You know, guard it, love it, nurture it. It will all come forward because Spirit really wants you to believe in yourself. Full, full speed ahead. Drive the horse. You're in control. Because in the outcome, I have the High Priestess. And this is y'all. Spirit's wanting you to trust your intuition. Trust yourself. You know, I keep telling you that all the time. Trust your intuition. What is that inner knowing here telling you? In your chest, in your gut. Keeps telling you, you know, do this or don't do that. Or yes, you can trust this person. But yeah, this person over here, I just got a feeling that something's not right with them. Trust yourself. Don't overthink it. It's like I tell y'all, you know, the difference of knowing when it's, you know, maybe your fears, you overthinking, and it's your intuition. Your ego is here, right up here. Your intuition comes from back here. Okay, so whenever you get those thoughts and it feels like it's coming from here, that's you. But if you want to know where your intuition is, like if you want to know if your spirit guides are talking to you or your passed over loved ones, trying to give you a message, trying to guide you, encourage you, it's back here. Or it's this inner knowing here. You just know. It's just that hunch. You know how people describe, you know, I just have a hunch. You know, my gut feeling tells me this. That's your intuition. Trust it. The Spirit's showing me there's a lot here you're working on. You know, you're just patiently waiting, building this Seven of Pentacles, which is your foundation. You know, your home life, your relationships, your career, your projects. Maybe, like I said, you're starting a business, wanting to be your own boss. You already got all the seeds planted. You're just waiting for, you know, the plants to take root, your abundance to grow and blossom. And it will, if you can still remember to remain excited, determined, hopeful here, as the advice is, and drive this horse forward. You know, Stay focused. Drive it ahead. You're in control. And, you know, use your logic too. Okay? But don't allow your logic to override your intuition either. So you got to trust both. It's a balance of both to make this grow. So you can have this at the end, which is your Ten of Pentacles, your stability, your home life, you know, your legacy, the things you want to leave behind. Think of, if you're talking about, finances or material wealth, this is something you're working hard on for both yourself, but for your family to leave behind for the next generation. This is your relationships, your marriage, your, partnership with your significant other if you're not married, but maybe you're living together. It's all of this. It's part of your happily ever after, but it's your abundance. Whatever that abundance is for you. What would make you happy? What would make you feel like you're like king or queen of the world? That's what this is. It'll be different for everybody. So, Spirit saying you got it. Okay. And now for the Oracle cards. First one out is from my Gods of the Hidden Realms. And this is Full Moon Eclipse. Removing internal obstacles. Confronting self-identity. Intensity. So, this is all about removing those obstacles. Like that Queen of Swords and that Seven of Wands energy. It says the intense period of utter darkness during a full moon eclipse is a sign for you to release all that is no longer serving you. Your repressed wounds can sabotage you, eclipsing all the good you've worked for. Now is the time to face the darker side of things. Where are you leaking your power by giving it away to other people and their drama? Because you have been engaging in blame, shame, or judgment of others or yourself. Emotions can get riled up at this time, but remember that an eclipse doesn't last. What obstacles do you perceive in your life right now? Let go of your attachments to a specific form of success. The universe has a much better plan. If your gaze is focused on the outer world, adjust your perception, because everything is a reflection of your inner world. Trust that you are here in this intense moment, only temporary. Make good use of it, then let go. You will be so glad you did. So remove those internal obstacles, that self-sabotaging talk, I was talking about earlier. Remove that, you know, see yourself in a better light, you know. Maybe it's not so much having to focus on the outside world or having to look to others for the answers. Go within. Again, trust yourself. Be this high priestess, the high priestess who's connected to the spirit world. A high priestess has one foot in the physical and the other foot in the spiritual at the same time. That's where they connect to the divine, to the spirit realm. So that's where your intuition comes in. Trust this. Be the high priestess. And stop talking down on yourself. Yeah, the world is changing. And yeah, even people change. Some for the better, others maybe not so much. But the people that aren't changing for the better and evolving, and are staying stuck, and are looking down on you, those are the ones you need to cut away. They're sabotaging what you're working on. And they would be feeding into that negative talk with yourself when you're trying to detox yourself of that negative talk. So cut away, cut those cords. It's not serving your highest good. Be loving. You want others to love you again? First, you got to love yourself too and believe in you. So don't stop. That's what Spirit said. They want you to keep going. And even if you feel like you don't have all the answers, it will be revealed to you in the right time, because Spirit wants you to take your power back, which is the next one. This is the Elder Thunderbird. Reclaim your power. And it says, the Thunderbird is one of the highest spiritual beings of the sky. They are great protectors, guarding your sacred energy and bringing the power of the booming thunderclap when it rains. The elder Thunderbird is here to remind you that you are a great force in this world. You have more power than you think, and it's time to use it consciously. Those who are gifted this power are also called to great responsibility, and your ancestors remind you that they have passed down their hopes and dreams to you. You are called to create a legacy that makes them proud. Now is a time to use the gifts you have been given. The Elder Thunderbird lights your ancient fires and activates your inspiration with electricity. Your spirit is meant to soar to new levels, and your power is stronger than any doubts or challenges that arise. If there are storms that come your way, trust that this elder will steady you. If you feel the tumultuous winds blow into your life, trust that this magnificent bird's massive wings will carry you. There are contracts that you agreed to before you came to this earth, and you must now step forward to fulfill them. The Elder Thunderbird will help you harness the strength you need to embrace your lightning spark. So reclaim your power, beautiful people. Like I said at the beginning again, like Spirit's just confirming what, I was saying to you at the beginning. You know, by allowing others to dictate, to tell you who you are, what you should be doing or what you can't do, or, what, where you're going or where you're not going. If they're talking down on you, that's you giving them your power. Don't do that. Take your power back. That's you. Your power. You decide. You define you. You don't allow others to define you. It's like I tell y'all, I define me, and then I just show the world who that person is. They can have their own, misconceptions about me or, their own assumptions. Does that make them right? No, because they don't know me like that. The ones that haven't spent time with me and gotten to know me, they can think all these crazy things about me, but does that make it true? No. Does it bother me? Hell no. I tell you all the time, people that want to come in here, especially, my haters, trolls, whatever, and they think they can get to me, but they can't because they still haven't learned to understand. I'm too confident in who I am. Why? Because I already know who I am. I've already defined that. Okay. And because, there's someone I don't know, they hold no weight in my world. So what they say, what they think doesn't bother me at all. And even the people in my life that I am close with, even if they have, something to say, okay, I'll listen. But does that mean I believe it or agree with it? Not necessarily. There may be a point in there and I'll take it, whatever, they see. If they want to give me some constructive criticism, okay. But if you want to talk down about me, well, there's the door. You see, I don't allow people to break me. I'm not going to allow them to break my spirit, to break my heart, my soul, my mind. I'm too strong for that. I got thick skin. I got much thicker skin than most people will ever realize. So be thicker skin. Don't allow them to get to you. Be in your power, because by allowing them, and showing them that they can get to you, you just told them they have power over you. Don't allow them to have that power. No, I love you too, Bob. I love y'all. So take that power back, beautiful people. Because Spirit wants you to keep dreaming. Because I got this beautiful mermaid here. And it says dreaming. Keep dreaming. Keep believing. You got your, dream set high. High to the sky. And maybe some will come in and say, that's impossible. Oh, you'll never accomplish that. It's like, who died and made you God? Like, come on. They don't get a say. Only you do. You live your life, you dream it into reality. Okay? If you feel like you're going to win the lottery, great. Hey, I'll cheer y'all on. I'll be so happy and thrilled for you. If you think you're going to, live in a big, huge mansion on an island, that's wonderful. To maybe most people, they think that's not possible. Nothing's impossible. It's your dreams. If you're working on it, if you're working towards it, and you're taking action to bring it into reality, who are they to say that it's not going to happen? Okay? But see, they keep telling you that, and they keep trying to bring you back down with them. Don't allow that. Spirit wants you to keep dreaming, keep believing, keep hoping in who you are and what you want. It's not about what they want, it's about what you want. Because at the end of the day, it's your life. You're supposed to live it. You don't allow others to tell you how to live it. You live it the way you want to live it, and you be happy. Everybody else around you just has to accept it. It doesn't mean that, the people you love and care about don't, have any value to bring into your life. It doesn't mean that they can't be part of your happiness. You can bring them along for the ride, but do you want to bring all that misery from people who claim to love you, but in reality, they're envious, jealous, hateful, bitter people? I don't need that in my life. Even if that's one of my blood family members, I would love them at a distance, okay? Because I'm not going to allow them to come in and ruin my dreams, my peace, my serenity, my sanity. So don't allow anyone else to do that either. And that includes your dreams. Keep reaching for the stars. There's nothing you can't do. Nothing at all. If you just keep believing and keep striving and taking steps towards it, you will accomplish it. And then, let's see, I have a couple angel number cards that came out. I pulled one and the other one came out with it, so I took them both. Well, let me do this first. The other few messages I have from spirit guides. First one is shift, the way to new potential. Shift forward though. Okay, maybe you got to shift to the side and maybe take a detour, take a break. That's okay. But as long as you're shifting and moving forward or going towards that direction instead of moving back. Shift to your greatest potential. Why? Because Spirit's saying you're the alchemist. You're the creator of your life, your dreams. So what are you trying to create? Use even that negative energy that people try and bring to you. Transmute it into positive energy. Let it be the driving force, the fuel to light your way. Like I use it. When people want to talk this and talk badly, oh, that just gives me more drive to keep pushing harder. So allow that to be what fuels you, besides your own fire and your own passions. Alchemize, use that creativity. Create your life. Because Spirit wants you to manifest. Manifesting and doing. So manifest your dreams. Why? Because success is in your transformation. Transform. The success lies in that. As you evolve, as you grow, as, days and weeks and months and years go by, you grow, you evolve, you transform. Not just on the outside, but on the inside and the world around you that you're creating. That's where all your success is. What you see as success, you create it. That's what Spirit's saying. Keep going. And then the angel number cards, the first one is number 1313, starting fresh. Step out of your comfort zone. You are about to create something meaningful. All your skills and talents will bring you auspicious profits. Build up your confidence and trust in your decisions. Build up your confidence and trust in your decisions. Number 1313. If y'all seeing this, this is confirmation. This is something y'all need to listen to. Y'all are starting over, okay? Doesn't mean you failed, beautiful people. It just means there's a new start. There's a new cycle. There's an end of one cycle or a chapter, and a new chapter or cycle begins. And the other one is number 2121, energy levels. And it says, that day you're waiting for will come. Maintain discipline. You're getting closer to your end goal. There's no need to overextend yourself. Guard your energy to remain focused. It will pay off. It's a climb, not an elevator ride. Trust in you. Energy levels. Allow it to rise. Be in that high vibration, you know, as you're shifting, that negative energy that you're trying to release from yourself, you're trying to detox yourself of, that's only going to bring more light and love into your spirit, into your essence. And that's going to be what's going to keep feeding that fire to keep going, to see beyond, see over the horizons, see, the sunshine another day. Because like I tell y'all, even if you're going through a difficult time right now and it feels like a hailstorm, that hailstorm's not going to last forever. The sun will eventually come out again. That's why you don't lose hope or you don't give up. You will see it come out once more. So start again. Begin again. Raise your mindset. Change your perception. Don't just stay rigid in one, thought process. Sometimes it means we have to change. And, re-examine our life, our reality, and start and make a whole new one where things have changed. Things that we didn't notice before, we're starting to notice. That's okay. It's okay to see something new. It doesn't mean it's bad. It can be something great. Good, bad, or indifferent. Be the one that, takes charge, that controls. You're in control of your life. Be the difference. Because Spirit wants you to surrender. The last card I have here is the Angel card. And it's the Violet Flame. Surrender and release the past. You have faced darkness head on. And now you are moving into a state of love. All the previous traumas, dramas, and limitations are being cleared from your energy. Stay focused on knowing that you wouldn't be who you are today if you hadn't surmounted the challenges you have experienced. In order to heal fully, let your love reach where it has never reached before. And the positive affirmation here is, I am purified by the violet flame. I am purified by the violet flame. So allow the violet flame to purify you. Detox. Let the past go. Release it. Y'all always hear me say, the only thing you want to bring into your present from your past are the people you love and care about that you want, still in your life. And the memories you've made and all the lessons you've learned that you're going to apply in your current life, in the present. Everything else, leave it behind. You can't change it. It's done and over with. It's gone. If you keep focusing or trying to live in the past, the present is just going to fly on by. And before you know it, you're going to take a look around like, where did time go? Because you're too busy still stuck in the past instead of living in the here and now. And that's what Spirit's asking you to do. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. For the general collective reading, again, beautiful people, that was a general collective reading. It wasn't a personal reading. And it applies to all zodiac signs. It does not matter your zodiac sign. If you're here, you're part of the collective. And if you come in the future and hear this, you're included, because this is a timeless reading. So take the messages that resonate and leave behind the rest. Something didn't resonate, don't force it to fit. And if nothing resonated for you today, well, beautiful people, I know you're not here by accident. So there's a message here that you're meant to hear. Maybe it doesn't apply to you currently, but it might apply to you in the future. If this reading, if you ever feel called to it, it'll be here for you to hear again. Deborah, yes, honey. I already told you, sweetheart, I had to do the collective first. I always start my readings, my streams with a general collective, and then I do paid readings after that. Okay, let me put these cards up. I just have to run to the ladies' room real quick because I got rushed trying to get on here. And then, Deborah, I will do your reading. Just give me a few minutes, sweetheart. Ouch. Where'd that go? and Darby, Eternal Light, Bob. If Antiquity, I think her name's Antiquity L. If she comes in, tell her that I did get her donation, but unfortunately the bank didn't send me an email right away. So if I hadn't been on checking something on my bank account, I wouldn't have even known. So tell her I apologize because she didn't speak up, so I didn't even know. I heard something. Oh. Okay, I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna use the ladies' room. What I miss? No. Thank you, Scott. You're so sweet, baby. Appreciate you. Okay. Okay, Miss Deborah. I'm ready for you, Miss Deborah. Do you have a question or do you want a general? Hi, Amanda. I don't know, Amanda. If you want a personal reading, it's $30 US. Tonight only, because next week it's going up to 40. Thank you, Bob, for posting that, baby. And Miss Moonchild, see what I'm eating? Okay, you're having issues in your personal life. Okay, so you just want some guidance from Spirit on what to do. I mean, when you say in your personal life with your family, who do you consider your family? Like, is that a spouse? Is that parents? Is that kids? Siblings? Yeah, I don't know who the heck that is. Bob, just bounce him. I don't have time for the nonsense. Okay. With your sisters. Alright. Hi, Alejandro. How you doing, baby? Oh, Darby. Because they're just a bunch of idiots. Don't worry about them, honey. Don't let them stress you out. You're pregnant. Well, Deborah, I'm sorry you're having problems with your sisters, honey. Let's see what Spirit has to say. How to help. Okay. Yeah, one's your water, one's air, and the other one is earth. But it's more than just your sun sign, honey, but I mean, it will help in certain things, in certain cards. It'll let me know possibly who's who. So, let's see. Hi, 420. How you doing, baby? And Scott, if I didn't say hi to you, baby. Hi, baby. Alright, Spirit. And Deborah, do me a favor, beautiful. Can you type your comments in all caps? That way I can see your message clearly, because I'm just going to focus on your energy right now. And it helps me to focus, so, you know, it's not that I'm ignoring everyone else here, but I am, because I'm just focusing on your energy right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I got some pretzels over here for you, baby. I got plenty of pretzels. Moonchild got a little carried away. Different flavors. The one I'm eating right now is honey mustard. Go hunting down a kangaroo. There you go, Bob. Go catch a kangaroo, 420 said. Spirit, show me the Miss Deborah. He seems just childish. Spirit. All right, Deborah. Are you ready, beautiful? Hi, Miss Money. Hi, everybody who came in. How y'all beautiful people doing? Miss Deborah, are you here? Did she say something, Bob? Like, I don't know what you wanted me to do. If she wanted a 5-minute reading, I could have done that, but it wouldn't have been much helpful, I don't think. All right, Miss Deborah, where are you? Deborah, are you here, sweetheart? I can't wait all night, honey. And I don't read unless the person's here. And Moonchild, them pretzels are addicting, honey, just so you know. You know, it's funny because Eternal has said to me last night that I've lost weight since he started watching me a year ago. Hey, Eternal. So I'm sure he'll think these pretzels will come in handy. Okay. All right, Deborah. I wanted to get the energy in your relationship with your sisters. So I just wanted Spirit to give me just some messages, thoughts, feelings that could be going on in, you know, the circle between, you know, the three of y'all. And these are the cards that jumped out. Drama. I was hurt by you. I cry at night. I don't know who I am anymore. People don't believe in me. And will you leave me like the others? So it feels like there's a lot of hurt here between the three of y'all. And drama. Like even in the tarot spread I pulled, Deborah, it's like there's a lot of pettiness here. There's a lot of I mean, some of this feels very childish. Like it feels like high school. Like I'm getting the images of like I see three sisters, like back when y'all were in high school, living at home with your parents, bickering at each other. I get this even like this competitiveness with each other. And y'all are, at times I feel like y'all are going at each other's throats over what? It doesn't feel like it's anything major other than Spirit mentioned something about material. They put the word, they said materialistic. So I don't know if this is over something material that's caused this rift, but I also do get, if anything else, that there is this petty competitiveness with y'all. And it's very sad. I don't know why people get that way, especially sisters, because I have a sister and like, she tries to compete with me and I'm not competing with nobody. I compete against myself and that's it. But that's me. So, honey, I see you want to change this. I mean, I see the three of y'all here because I see you're trying to decide what to do. Like, this is what's been going on. Here's the Two of Swords, which is you. It's like being in a stalemate. You can't figure out what to do. You got a couple decisions to make, a couple options to choose from, but you're like on this fence. You don't know if you should jump to the left or jump to the right, to the side. But what I can tell you is by not making a decision is making a decision. The only difference is you're allowing the universe to make the decision for you. And you may not like the decision the universe picks. So I encourage you to make that decision, whatever it is. Because I see like one is very stuck in their ego. I feel like this is one of your sisters. Stuck in their ego. Um, yeah, maybe very ambitious. They may be very successful in their life, but they're wrapped in their ego, wrapped in their pride. The other one is just all about fairness. They want what's fair. And they don't feel like you or the other sisters being fair. Um, and this can also be you. You're trying to be fair. You're trying to find that middle ground with them. But it's like nobody's willing to hear each other out, I feel. I'm getting the images of like there's this screaming matches going on. And it's sad because, especially when, things get fired up and you start arguing, you're already so heated up, you're not worried about what the other person is saying. You're more so in defense mode, trying to defend yourself instead of being open and receptive to what the other person's saying to you and vice versa. So nothing gets resolved. In fact, it seems like more times than none, it makes the situation worse because things get said that weren't meant to be said. They're said in pain, they're said in anger. And then you come back later, the next day or day after, and you regret it. You're like, damn, I shouldn't have said that kind of energy. So, Spirit's wanting you to be like this high priestess. Trust your intuition. Open that door to them. Maybe this is you needing to be the one first to step forward and say, listen, we're sisters. We're not supposed to be like this. We're supposed to get along. We're supposed to be loving to each other. We're supposed to be each other's best friends. And no, we're not going to always agree. And no, we're not going to always see eye to eye. And if there's any of us competing with each other, that's stuff that needs to stop. That's high school. We're supposed to be each other's cheerleaders, not trying to rip each other apart kind of energy. But you know your sister's best. What does your intuition tell you? How to approach this? How will better, calm, the situation down? Like, you're saying one, I think you said Aquarius, which is air. The other one is Taurus, which is earth. And then you're Scorpio, which is water. Like, I feel like you need to, like, and I'm being serious, Deborah, when I say this, but it may sound a little funny too. Like, I feel like you need to water them down. Like, I'm thinking like you need to pull that water hose out and sprinkle them with some water to calm the energy down. You know, be the water. Water's fluid. Water's healing. Be the one that comes to them and starts talking to them. And, you know, let each other speak. Like, I feel like there's a lot of talking over each other where no one's still being heard. You know, it's like when the one starts speaking, the other one interrupts and is over talking the other. And that causes a lot of frustrations. So I feel like there's a lot of, you know, balancing that needs to come in. And someone needs to be the hero. And I feel like that needs to be you. You need to be the hero. And yeah, it sucks. It might have to be you. You may not want it to be you. But at the same time, these are your sisters. You don't want to be at odds with them either. And I know that and I feel that. Like I said, I feel a lot of hurt from all y'all in this. There's a lot of hurt feelings, you know. But the way like Spirit's showing me right now, you know, here you are as this Knight of Cups wanting to present yourself, be soft, be loving, be nurturing, you know, even bear gifts to them so you can, you know, talk to them and, you know, get together and spend some time together. And I see, you know, the Two of Cups with this. The Two of Cups is normally a card for like your soulmate, your twin flame, and people always tie it to romantic, but it doesn't have to be romantic. This can be your friends and your family. Soulmate really is just part of your soul tribe family. So I feel like your sisters are truly your soul tribe family. They're not just your blood sisters, they are your soulmates. So, and you're trying to bring this back into union, you know, but you need some clarity, you know, with the Ace of Swords. This is all about clarity. So you see, like in this card, you know, this is like you. You need to open this channel and talk to the universe. Talk to your spirit guides. Talk to your higher self. What's coming forward? What do you hear? What do you feel? Ask your spirit guides. Ask yourself. How do you heal this relationship with your sister to get things to calm down, to get things to come back together so y'all can be one big happy family again? But you got to trust what you're receiving too, those messages. Like you need to clear your head though too. I feel like you are getting caught up in your emotions and you keep replaying them over and over and over again, your thoughts, things that have already happened. Because, you know, every single time I would turn over another card when I was pulling cards from the tarot, I see the Six of Cups at the bottom of the deck. And Six of Cups is nostalgia. It is like childhood, friends, but family. So I know you've been thinking about them a lot. I know you've been thinking about happier times. I know you want that back. But it's going to take you having to be the one to reach out your hand. Give them that olive branch and allow them to go through and say, listen, maybe I messed up. Maybe, you know, I didn't say everything right. Maybe I didn't do everything right. Hold yourself accountable to both of them, you know, and tell them, you know, I don't know how you feel, but I feel that both of y'all are hurt. Say you're sorry. You're sorry for however way they feel. And hopefully they will say it back to you. But I feel like there needs to be, everybody needs to swallow their pride and be willing to come to the table and take ownership because it's three of y'all. You know, like the saying, it takes two to tango. You know, doesn't matter the type of relationship. It's both, it's all three of y'all. Everyone, you know, all three of y'all take equal ownership of why y'all's family dynamic, y'all's relationship has run off into the ditch and how to get that car back on the road again. You know, because here you are, you know, as this Page of Swords, which can be an immature energy. It's, you know, it's a younger energy usually. You think of like a child or like a teenager, but it's also just a message of there being immaturity. There's a lack of experience. and not able to use the logic and your rationale, because maybe you've never experienced anything like this before with your sisters. So you're not sure now how to navigate this forward. So Spirit is saying, you need to come in and try and be like this Page of Cups. You know, you don't have all the answers, but you're going to come in it with your heart open and offer your heart to them and say, listen, I love you. You're my sisters. I want us together. I don't have all the answers here. And no, I'm not the most experienced with this or trying to work this out. But it can't just be me trying to put our family back together. It has to be all of us willing to own part of why it went south and now take accountability of piecing it back together to making it whole again. And if you can do that, I feel like this will be you and your sisters. This is for once. This is homecoming. This is celebration. This will be like y'all again, if you're willing to do that. And no, I know it's not easy, Deborah, especially if you have someone that always has their hand up like, no, I don't care. I'm not interested. No, you're wrong. And they're always right. Like I said, I get one of them that's caught up in their ego. I pick up, they feel like they're always right, or they have that kind of self-righteous type attitude, or even to a degree feel like they're better than everybody else. Like, I feel like maybe at times you've even felt like an outcast, like the black sheep. There's a black sheep here, but I feel like it's you. Um, and again, there's this competitiveness going on. Not saying it's you, but I feel like maybe your sisters are trying to compete with you. And it seems like maybe one of y'all is doing better than the other. So you have this one over here who's envious and jealous, while this one's, rising up in life and doing well. And the other one wants that, but they're not willing to do what they got to do like the other to reach it. Or they see, your dreams just overall coming true. Maybe, you have a great, husband and they're single and that's what they want, or they want a family of their own. Maybe you have kids and they don't. It's all these different dynamics, these different parts. Whatever it is in y'all's world, I still get this competitiveness because Spirit's showing me right here, like, you, as the advice, you need to be the hermit. The hermit is the type that isolates himself for a while. They take a step back from the world. They, find peace and solace in solitude. And they try and let go of everything and try and clear their head, which Spirit is telling me you need to clear your head. Get all those, racing thoughts out of your mind. And again, go deep within. Ask the universe, ask the divine, ask your spirit guides how to guide you now. How can you better move forward with this? So there's no more fighting in order to heal, y'all's relationship, y'all's family unit. Because I see it right here where there is all this fighting right here. This is the Five of Wands. So that way, if you can come out of hermit mode with more answers, with more wisdom, more knowledge, and shine your light using your lantern like this hermit. There's a lantern here. That's all your wisdom, your knowledge, the answers, the messages you gain to go forward to sit down and try and work on this relationship without all this fighting. Because here it is. This needs to stop, you know. And maybe it means that you may have to play devil's advocate in this to be also the King of Swords here. King of Swords is someone who's very mature, stable, but, very well experienced in life, has success, but it's more tied to their logic than their emotions. So, they can be firm. Think of a strong, authority figure like a father, but this is, like what Spirit's saying you kind of have to be. Not be a mother or father, but have that, logic in this and try to lay down the groundwork, try to come up with a solution, try and be the fixer. So you got to play devil's advocate. You both have to bring your heart into this wide open, but still be firm, speak your truth, and cut away the BS. And maybe that might mean someone gets called out, okay? Whether it's you calling one of them out or maybe they call you out on something. Y'all have to be willing to have an honest conversation with each other and be brutally honest, because that's also what a King of Swords is. They're not just honest, they can be brutally honest. And that's what needs to happen. But all these things need to be said when temperatures are calm, when everyone's, in a good mood, when it's neutral, so that you're willing to be more receptive and open to hearing each other out. And maybe it means you take turns talking. It's like maybe, you come to the table and you say to your sisters, listen, we got to figure out how to work this out. Okay, now I want you to make some notes. What is it that you feel has gone wrong in our relationship with each other, our dynamic? How do you feel you're not being heard? What are the things that you need to say? And now, what are you willing to do to contribute to fixing this? Each of you do that. Make a list. And then make time to get together if y'all can do it in person. Or maybe it has to be done over the phone, like FaceTime, video chat, and go over that list, but be willing to look each other in the eye and talk to each other. Be receptive, be loving, but also be firm, be grounded, use your logic, be devil's advocate, be both. But it's a balancing act. And sometimes one can overtake the other, yes, especially if you get more in that King of Swords energy than being like the, Knight of Cups or the High Priestess, where, more of your feminine energy, that loving, nurturing, caring energy kind of gets drowned out. You know, don't allow that to get drowned out either. And be willing, though, to come to the table and have that honest conversation so that, you know, nothing can get, misunderstood anymore. Because I feel like there's been a lot of misunderstandings taking place here, too. Why? Because someone's not willing to listen. They may hear, but they're not absorbing. See, the part of communication is not just hearing. It's not just listening to what the other person is saying. It's also absorbing, digesting, understanding what that person's also saying too. And sometimes that means you may have to follow up with them with another question or go over and say, okay, let me get this straight. You said this, this, and this, and I understand it this way and that way. Is this correct? To make sure you did digest it, you did understand it. And if each of y'all can do that, then things should get better. Like, I do see things getting better, Deborah, if you're willing to do this. Is it going to be easy? No. And I'm not saying that it's just going to happen overnight. It might take a few times. Y'all having to hash it out first again. That might happen. Because I still feel like there's a lot of hurt here. Not just you, but your other sisters, obviously, someone feels that way too. And, but if you can be like that, um, hermit, be the high priestess, be the Knight of Cups, and the King of Swords, it will all come together. Because Spirit's showing me, like, here's you being the Page of Cups. Again, this is important to you. You may not have a lot of experience with, dealing with others' emotions, but you're willing to try. And so here you are trying, right? You're here offering your cup of love to them. And I see you, like bearing gifts with this Knight of Cups, showing them, I love you, sis, I'm here. You can rely on me, you can count on me. I'll listen. I'm sorry if I haven't been a good enough listener. I'm trying to change that. I'm working on that kind of thing. That way, like, instead of, people, whether it's you or your sisters, running off, running away from each other and running away from the problem, they're starting to run towards you or you run towards them. Like, I see action forward. These thoughts coming through like this Knight of Swords. It looks like he's running away, but he's running towards to get on this bike. And this is telling me like they would be coming towards you, willing to move forward, okay? Using their logic. Because one of them uses more logic than tied to their emotions. So It's the balancing act of both. And try to be grounded with it. Um, if you can, I see um, you having a leap of faith, you know, being the full card. Again, a new start, a fresh start, starting over, a new path forward. Not knowing everything, you may not know exactly how it all turns out, but here it is. And Spirit's saying to try and have a leap of faith, because here's your 10 of Cups. Your family united again. That's what they're showing me. And beautiful, and I think that's the problem. Y'all aren't having those deep conversations. And you know, y'all being far away, beautiful, that shouldn't be an excuse. Why? Why can't y'all still pick up the phone? You know, once a month. You know, have that talk. And like I said, and you know, maybe it's not just talking on the phone, but it's doing it like through FaceTime or video chat. So you can see each other still. You know, that way you know. You know, you're not just miscommunicating or something's being misunderstood to where you're looking at your sisters in the eyes, you can see their face. So you understand when you say something, you understand how it's hitting them and vice versa. You know, it's about, if I can talk right, it's about the eye connection too and body language. And I feel like if you can do that and start, you know, be the first one, you know, it has to start with someone. It just may have to be you to put this all back together so y'all can be closer. You know, because it's just like how my mom always told me, you know, when she's gone and when my daddy's gone, you know, the only people we're going to have left is each other, which is siblings. And my mama was right. Yeah, you know, we end up getting, you know, married and having a family and such, but it comes back to who we grew up with. So, though I got two other siblings that I'm not close with. I don't talk to them, but I have one that I'm very close with. And him and I have had problems over the years. When I say we've had problems, I mean, me and my brother have battled it out. But you know what? It's sometimes, like, you know, I remember I had to let him go. Um, I couldn't control my brother's actions. I couldn't control what he was going to do. Not saying I was trying to, but I was trying to be the best guide to him that I could be because I'm his older sister and because my parents are gone. But he wasn't willing to listen. He wasn't willing to accept it then. Okay, I'm not going to stop you. You know, if you feel like you can't have a relationship with me right now because your significant other or whatever, you know, is telling you, okay, I let you go. And I did. I didn't talk to my brother for about no, yeah, almost 5 years, 4.5, 5 years. I didn't hear from him. I didn't see him. And it was because he was in a relationship and she was crazy. I mean, when I say crazy, she was crazy. But she ended up getting pregnant, so I understood the position my brother was in. He had to be there for his son. And I knew that. And I told my brother that, you know, his son came before me. Yeah, I'm his sister, but that's his baby that he needs to watch out for first. So it hurt, yeah, because I missed him. And I knew I didn't do anything wrong, and he knew I didn't do anything wrong. But because there was someone else there, he had to do that because she wanted control over him. She was so possessive over him, even when it came to someone like me being his sister. She didn't want anyone in his life. She wanted all of his time and attention and wasn't willing to share his time and attention even with his sister. So I had to let him go. And he spent, you know, a few years with her, but then he left her. And then he showed up on my door one day, unannounced. Didn't even call. Just pulled up at my door, and it's like, you know, in fact, I remember that day. I had just got home from the gun range because I went down to the gun range down the street from my old house because I had purchased a new gun. And I was down there practicing shooting it. And like less than 5 minutes after I had pulled up, there he was. But he came back into my life. And we had a long talk. And, you know, we talked about all those things. but my brother pretty much said, what happened, happened. We can't change it. It's in the past now, and it was squashed, as my brother would say. So we had to start over, but the love between us didn't go away. We're still siblings. We're still brother and sister. So, and it's been so much better since then, you know. I don't get to talk to him as much as I used to because I'm streaming at night and he sleeps at night and works during the day when I'm sleeping. But we're there. We're in each other's lives. There's not so much of a distance anymore. But you see, it even took my own brother and me having to let him go and letting him make his mistakes, live with the choices he made, and eventually I knew he would come back. I knew he would come back, and he did. I was patient. I let it be. I didn't chase after him. I didn't pick up calling him either. Understand me, I didn't try calling my brother. Once he had made the decision that day, okay, I'm not chasing you. I'm not begging you to stay, to be my brother. You're going to be my brother no matter what happens. It's just a matter of whether we're actually in contact with each other or not. But I let him go. And I didn't call him. I didn't chase him. I didn't go by his house. None of that. I wiped him out of my mind in all actuality. And I think there was only a few times a year that he would come to mind, like his birthday and the holidays, or my birthday, and that was it. But he eventually came back. So that might mean, like you, now, Deborah, reaching out to your sisters, even if it's over video chat. It would be good if y'all three could get together. And that's sad. And I'm sorry to hear that, beautiful. Yeah, I can relate to that. I think that's probably how my sister is. You know, I know, doctor, but, when I think I'm a narcissist, I think of someone who's very selfish and self absorbed. A Mr. or Mrs. Know It All type energy. And that's how I feel my sister is. So, and I get that, honey. And that's really sad. I really hate that. But beautiful, you can't go chasing after them either. All you can do is put that olive branch out there and see if they're willing to accept it. And if they don't, beautiful, you might have to do what I had to do. Just let them go. And eventually, that love will bring them back. Especially the one, I'm not talking about the narcissist, she may not come around. But the other one eventually will, I feel. Maybe that's where you need to start, is with the one who's not a narcissist. Start with the other one. Put that olive branch out there and see if she'll accept it. And start from there, Because, yeah, all you got is each other. And that's really sad. You've lost not just your parents, but two brothers. I can't even imagine that, Deborah. The thought of losing, to lose anyone is devastating in itself. But the thought to even lose my baby brother, oh man, that's a hurt I don't want to find out. That would be like losing my parents all over again, especially my mama. And I don't want to find that out. So I remember that even when we weren't in contact, as long as he was still walking this earth and he was doing okay, I'm okay, you know. But I dreaded. I gotta admit, I was scared. I was scared that, yeah, possibly the next phone call I ever get, from him won't be from him. It always scared me that it'd possibly be someone else calling to let me know something happened to him, but I could not force him to do anything. I could not force him to be there. So that's what I'm saying to you. You can't force your siblings to be there. Like, I can't force my sister, who sounds a lot like your narcissistic sister. I can't force her to be in my life or want to be there. She has to want that. She has to make the effort just as much as I have to make the effort. And there was one point in time, Deborah, we did. We were in contact, but she was still all wrapped up in, her trauma from when she was a child, blaming me, being hateful, telling me it was my fault. And then there was the competitiveness. Like, I kid you not, Deborah, we went to the amusement park. It was Disneyland. When I went home to California one year to visit, and we're walking in line to get on one of the rides. And I just happened, to look, because I kept seeing this guy when we were going through the lines, how you go through the lines at, even, at a restaurant, if the line's long, um, even a movie theater, I've seen them do that, or amusement park if you've been in one. Like, there was this guy that every single time he passed by me, he would smile. And me, being me, I just smiled back. And my sister noticed, right? So she turns around, she looks at me. She was like, "You need to stop flirting with him." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She was like, "I see you're flirting with him." I'm like, "No." I just smiled at him because he smiled at me. You call that flirting, whatever. She was like, "If you don't stop flirting with him, I'm going to tell your boyfriend." I just laughed at her. I'm like, whatever. She was like, "Why you got to flirt with all the guys I like?" Like, do you know this guy? Because he hadn't said a word to you. He surely ain't said a word to me. But, I mean, she blew it all out of proportion. It was that competitiveness. She didn't like it. Because she even noticed when I would come home to visit, not only did it seem like guys were more attracted to me, but even I became the center of attention because my family had not seen me. They see her all the time. I only come home once every few years, and it's been over 10 years since I was home last. So again, next time I come home, they'll all be there for me. And my sister's not going to like it. But I understand that. But I don't allow that energy from her to keep me from coming home or to keep me from enjoying my time with the rest of the family. So it's really sad. It's sad that your sisters are acting that way. I don't understand the rift here. Other than, one seems to be like my sister that wants to be competitive, petty, um, just, doesn't see that, they want to be the center of attention, and push everyone else to the side. And maybe that's what's been spilling over to your other sister. You know, like I said, you can't control what either one of them do. It's out of your control. And that's what Spirit's saying. You need to surrender control and allow things to happen naturally. What you can do is offer that olive branch to the one that's not selfish, like a narcissist, and see if she will accept it, and start with her. Start that conversation. Talk it over. Make things solid and good with her first. And then maybe you can reach out to the other one and see if she also will accept it. But it might be the narcissist, as you call her, might not ever be. So it might just be, Deborah, you can only focus on the one sister, and the other one might have to be left out. And that's sad. But it sounds like there's a lot of drama there, a lot of chaos. Do you really want that in your life? Because again, why have someone in your life if they're going to disrupt your peace and happiness? Yes, they're family, and I understand that. But sometimes, even family needs to be put at a distance and be loved from a distance. It doesn't mean you hate them. You can love them. You just have to do it at a distance. And that might be how that dynamic works. Beautiful, you need to have some forgiveness. That not holding on to that pain, and I'm sorry she's hurt you. Holding on to that pain isn't going to help you heal. You know, maybe, it's hard to see why maybe your sister took your other sister's side. And I'm sorry. It really shouldn't be about taking sides. Because I think that's the other point I was trying to make, and I got sidetracked there. Hold on. Let me take a sip of this real quick. It's like in a romantic relationship when you get a couple together and they start fighting with each other. It's like, wait a minute, did you forget you're on each other's team? You're supposed to be on one team. Why are you doing this to each other when y'all should be like this, backing each other up on the same team, playing offense, not be on defense? The same thing applies to family. So, again, maybe there's something else that needs to be said. Maybe you need to sit down and write a letter to your sister and tell her, express to her how badly she's hurt you and why she has hurt you and how she has hurt you, to release that and find a way to forgive her. Because Deborah, that resentment, that grudge will eat you up alive, sweetheart. It will spoil your happiness. You may not think it won't, but I promise you, sweetheart, it will. It will play out in your life. It will play out in your subconscious. And every single time, it's not just going to affect other relationships or that dynamic, but it'll affect your relationship if you have a husband or significant other, if you have kids and friends, co-workers, colleagues, anyone else. It will spill over. You may not notice it at first, but subconsciously, you'll notice you'll do some of the same things, or treat the rest of them the same way that you're treating the sister that hurt you. That's why it's not good to hold on to that, because it ends up poisoning your other relationships. The other people who didn't hurt you end up paying for the one who did hurt you, and that's not fair to them. So, and it's also a matter of forgiving yourself. And I know that's hard. Okay, I don't know what happened, and I'm sorry you got so hurt. I'm sorry you're in this bubble of feeling like you can't forgive her and you can't get over it. But there has to be some way, even if it's just gradual. Maybe it's not time to try and reach out to her, other than maybe writing her a letter and stating exactly that she's hurt you and how she's hurt you. Get that off your chest, release it, and see if she responds. You know, doesn't mean you have to go through and agree with what she says if she responds, but at least hear her out too. You know, you have to see it from the other person's perspective just as much as your own. Sometimes that's what it takes. Maybe your sister's, she understands, but maybe she feels like you're not listening to her side of things. And now she's like in the middle, is what it sounds like. What it sounds like is your other sister is in the middle of you and the one who's a narcissist. And that's not fair to her. You can't expect her to take sides. All three of y'all should be on the same side. One side as sisters, not as individuals at each other. Yeah, y'all are grown. Y'all are living y'all's own lives. But when it comes down to y'all's family relationship as sisters, you're supposed to be on the same team. And I feel like that's what's missing here. Be reminded, like it was when you were kids. Be on the same team. So there has to be some forgiveness before anything else can happen to move this forward. Otherwise, I don't see it going anywhere, honey. And I feel like, you know, even what mistakes have been made, beautiful, that's part of the learning process. That's part of why we're here. We're meant to make mistakes. And unfortunately, do our mistakes sometimes hurt the people we love and care about? Yes. Did we intend to hurt them? Of course not. All of us out there who have a good heart and soul, we don't intend to ever hurt anyone. But unfortunately, it happens. Maybe it's the timing of things. A person took it the wrong way. They misunderstood it. They said something out in anger. And unfortunately, words have power. Once something's said, you can't ever take those words back. That part of it I understand. But it doesn't mean you can't, come to a place of forgiveness. It just takes time. And I know it sucks. I know it hurts. Because Spirit's saying right here, I pulled out some oracle cards for you too, Deborah. And this is like a love letter to yourself from your higher self. Okay, and the card I pulled out is called Daring Heart. Learn to lead from wisdom. Hold on. Learn to lead from wisdom. And it says, Dear heart, I love your daring nature and willingness to explore beyond the norm. You have a tendency to push the limits of love and fate, and your desire to live every moment to the fullest is exhilarating. Your valor and leadership qualities are going to be greatly necessary in the imminent future. It is important that you give yourself time to relax, strengthen, and recover as you are about to enter a battlefield. You will be required to lead from wisdom instead of pure emotion or passion. All the skills you have learned in the past now need to be refined in order to be utilized in the most effective manner. You are a sage in the making, so if you slow down and listen to your intuition and what is about to ensue, the results will be rewarding. But if you ignore your insight, then disaster will arise. And then here's the other part of it, Deborah. The time has come to do something daring while still listening to the wisdom of your heart. What project have you been itching to start or become a part of? What have you been holding back on and allowing your fear to rule? Is there something you need to express to someone? Is there a discovery trip you need to go on? Is there something you need to give up that no longer serves you? Whatever it is, find the inner courage within you to start thriving. So, and there's something there that needs to be expressed still. Deborah, I feel you need to express whatever's in your heart that you're still feeling or holding on to help release it so you can heal. So you can move this relationship with at least the one sister forward. Yeah, and I understand that, Deborah. The one that's toxic, the one that's you say is a narcissist, I would keep her at a distance. Yes, I agree with that. You know, use your discernment. But if it were me, that's what I would do. But the one that's not, focus on mending that relationship. Focus on releasing that hurt, going through the healing. You know, instead of trying to heal this triangle with the three of y'all, focus on just her and go forward and go from there and allow that relationship to grow and blossom. Yeah, it is, honey. It's a slow drip of poison. It really, really is. You know, because when you stop and think about it, Deborah, I'll put it to you this way too. When you, the best example I always use is like if you were in a romantic relationship and let's just say your ex-boyfriend cheated on you. You know, obviously you have a lot of hurt from that because you were betrayed, right? By someone you loved and you thought loved you. And so you break up and you move on. And then you meet someone new. But did you get over that hurt, that betrayal? You know, your trust being broken? Unless you've, dealt with it and, removed it, from your, your heart and your soul, it ends up bleeding into your new relationship. Because then you find in your new relationship, you start treating that person the same way like they were your ex. You know, you start accusing them of cheating on you. You start, maybe getting paranoid, calling them all the time, wanting to know where they're at, who they're with, and so on and so on. And that, creates all that toxicity. And that person is now paying for the sins of the past when they did nothing wrong. That's what I mean. You don't want to do that, beautiful. So don't allow that poison to drip. I know it's hard to let go. Like I said, you don't have to tell me what your sister did to you, but I get you're hurt deeply. And I get, it's going to take time still to get through that hurt, to forgive and heal. But it can happen. If you're willing to put your mind at ease and ask, the divine, ask your spirit guides, ask your guardian angels, how do you move forward to heal your heart to release this? But where I would begin, I would start writing my feelings down on paper. If you want to keep a diary, sure, that's one way to do it. But the other way is I would write a letter to her directly and just say how you feel. It's up to her if she responds to it or not. But to at least get it out, and at least you can say you said what you needed to say. But tell her, don't just tell her that she's hurt you and you can't forgive her. Try and find a way of putting those words in there and saying, you've hurt me deeply and I'm struggling here to forgive you. I want to forgive you, but I need some help with this because I want my sister back in my life. I want us to be sisters again. You know, we talk about this? Can you understand? Can you hear me out? And I will hear you out too. And be fair. It has to be fair on both sides. Otherwise, Deborah, it will never move. It'll stay stagnant. And in fact, all that hurt you're still carrying, Deborah, for your sister, it's just going to build, honey. And that's not good either. Because again, that spills over into your other relationships. And then you become angry. And then your anger gets taken out on other people who don't deserve it. So that's another way of looking at it. Because the other cards I pulled out for you, Deborah, Spirit saying right here, this is one of my manifestation decks. And first, Spirit saying, detoxify. Detoxify your mind, your energy, your essence. Try and detoxify yourself of this hurt. And how do you do that? By starting with clearing your mind, which means you need to go through and try and figure out how to release your emotions. Put it on paper, but clear your mind. Don't allow, these thoughts of what happened in the past and what your sister did to hurt you. Don't allow it to keep replaying, because I feel like it's really gotten you. Like, I see you right here in this Nine of Swords energy. This is you in anguish. You got your face in your hands. You're in a lot of pain. You're suffering. You're having nightmares. You're probably not sleeping well either, because there's times that you wake up or you can't fall asleep because you're thinking over and over, replaying the same events over and over in your mind about what your sister did, how she hurt you, and so on. And that's not going to heal if you keep replaying the same events over and over. So Spirit wants you to figure out how to detoxify it, release it, and let it go. Clear your mind. But the other one I have here, this is the Elder Swan. And this says, recognize your beauty. And it says, you are asked to honor the beauty and grace that lives within you. The Elder Swan journeys with you, recalling all the times in your life that you compared yourself to impossible societal standards. You are asked to connect with your sacred body and welcome the medicine of forgiveness for any critical or harsh words you have directed toward it. The Elder Swan glides around you, creating circles of healing energy that clear out any negative beliefs that you have carried about yourself. Systems of oppression have caused you to see yourself through this lens. It is not your fault. The Swan reminds you that your perceived flaws make you who you are. Everything you judge about yourself is a part of your unique and brilliant essence. And it's time to embrace all of the parts of you that you reject. In a world that is so focused on outer appearances, the Elder Swan reminds you to see the poise you hold and the grace that flows from your heart. You are an incredibly beautiful soul, and Swan reminds you of the light that shines from within. It's time to step into the fullness of yourself and stand with dignity and trust. Your presence matters, and when you love yourself from the inside out, the whole world is touched by your vibration. So recognize your beauty, but also, recognize, your spirit guides, the energy around you that's trying to help you and, help you with that energy to help you heal. As the card said, I mean, I can't make it up. To remove all those negative thoughts, to bring in forgiveness, healing. That's critical here. That's crucial here. And that's what this card is saying. And I get that. Having radio silence, you know, it's peaceful, but it also hurts because you miss them. Because you love them naturally. I understand that. And again, beautiful, sometimes you just can't force it. You can't force them to do what you want them to do. As badly as you want them to be in your life, especially the one who's not toxic, you still miss her. But yeah, I get it feels peaceful at the same time because that toxic energy isn't there. But then you got the whole other sister that hurt you deeply. So there's that pain that keeps lingering. But you keep going back into that wound. You're not allowing that wound to heal. You're holding on to it so tightly. You're playing the victim here. You keep playing that victimhood like, but you did this, but you hurt me this way. I can't forgive you. You keep telling yourself that. So that wound keeps getting bled open. Even if, it it's like a sunburn. I'll describe it this way to you, Deborah. Think of a sunburn. When someone gets burnt, their skin gets burned, what happens if you touch their arm or their sunburn? Ouch, that hurts, right? Um, but if you take time and, nurture it, love it, put, aloe vera, whatever, you know, it will eventually heal. But if you keep touching it, yeah, naturally it's going to hurt. It's going to keep hurting. So, it's like ripping that wound open. And sometimes you have to go through, because she has hurt you so badly, you know, in order to help you to forgive her, you got to move forward. So it's like trying to trust someone again. How do you start over and begin to trust someone again when they have hurt you and their past has told you to not trust them? It's them. It's taking those steps forward, recreating a new history. Okay, not saying that, oh, I forget all you did before. No, I'm not saying that. But allow them to start taking steps forward that shows you they can be trusted again, that shows you they are very sorry for hurting you, you know, and their actions in itself will slowly allow that wound, that sunburn to heal instead of keep going back in and ripping that wound open over and over again because you keep replaying it over and over because you won't hold on, because you won't release it. You keep holding on to it so tightly. That's the only way you're going to be able to get over that, beautiful. And it stinks, Like I said, I've been there. I get it. I get sometimes, Deborah, you know, people mess up. We're all human. And I think sometimes that gets lost in translation too. We're all human. None of us are perfect. We're all going to make mistakes. And yes, unfortunately, again, we're still going to do things or say things that hurts the people we love that we would never intentionally set out to hurt them unless we're just, evil and cruel, and vindictive. Um, we don't intentionally mean to hurt people, but sometimes it happens. And sometimes we may not even be aware that we hurt that person or that our actions or words would really hurt them that way. Okay? So maybe your sister, maybe she still doesn't understand how she hurt you. I mean, have you gone into full detail and told her exactly how she's hurt you and how it hurts that deeply? How you feel so betrayed by her that she's never hurt you like that before? Like, I feel like she needs to hear all of that from you before, This can like heal again before y'all can be sisters again, before y'all can come back together. There has to be this ground of understanding with compassion. And you have to find a way to forgive her, which means coming to the table with compassion, not with that hurt, and not feeling like you're on defense, wanting to argue and fight, but have a little open door, even if it's just cracked a little bit, so that that wound, the new, um, future ahead, her future actions can gradually help heal that wound so that you can heal. But you got to be willing to let it go too, Deborah. You got to be willing to release it, because otherwise it's not going to serve you well, beautiful. You're going to see it's going to have a major impact in your life, not just with her, but with the other relationships in your life. So there was one more deck I wanted to pull from. I pulled you a couple angel cards too, but I, I thought of another one. I just gotta find it. Let's see, where'd it go? No, it's in this one already. Let's see. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm gonna pull a few cards from here for you, sweetheart. And I have a few other cards for you. Another card and a couple of angel messages. Alright, Deborah. Let me see. Spirit, show me. What other messages do you have for Deborah, please? To help her move her relationship forward with her sisters and find some inner healing. What else can she do? Or what else does she need to know? No, you're so welcome, Deborah. I'm there for you, sweetheart. I'm not done. Let me get you a few more messages. I mean, I got more than a few, but Spirit told me to pull this out, so. Alright, Spirit wants to let you know this stressful situation is almost coming to an end. We are sending positive energy, financial help, miracles, and life-changing blessings your way. So, Spirit wants you to know that they're trying to send you positive energy to help. You know, maybe there's other areas of your life that you need a miracle, but I know this is more for, you and, your sisters in that relationship. What else, Spirit? Drop that. Spirit. Spirit wants you to know, and this says, Deborah, I need you to get excited again. I need you to remember you're not in this thing alone. I'm working on your challenges. I've already assigned angels to you. So let go. And the stress is just trust me. I've got a pretty incredible ending in store. In fact, that's why you need to get excited again. Because the happy ending I've got coming is going to rock your world. So, Spirit saying, they are really trying to work hard on these challenges you're facing right now. You're healing and the relationships, with your sisters to create this happy ending, a reunion. Okay. And then this other card I have pulled, it says, there's no such thing as a mistake. Everything happens in divine order. I am being guided to learn and grow. Spirit wants to remind you of this. Everything happens in divine order. Nothing's a mistake, honey. Because this is something you're meant to go through for you to learn and grow, as it says. And yeah, I know it hurts, but you know, I never said this life would be easy. I just said I know it's all worth it though, even to go through the pain, you know, because I know there will be happier days ahead. That rainstorm, that thunderstorm, that hailstorm won't last forever. The sun will still shine again, and you gotta believe that, Deborah. All right. And the last few cards for you to close your reading out, Deborah, is first card out is Serenity. And it says, you are moving into a time of greater inner peace and tranquility. The angels reassure you that peace of mind is within you. You can feel serene even in the midst of great turmoil. And the positive affirmation here is, everything in and around me is in perfect harmony. Everything in and around me is in perfect harmony. So that's the first one, Serenity. So have some peace and serenity. And the second one is patience. The angels remind you that in order to succeed, you must learn how to control your impatience and wait until the right outcome you deserve comes along. And the positive affirmation here is, it takes time for miracles to happen, and I'm okay with that, with it. It takes time for miracles to happen, and I am okay with it. So have some patience, honey. Again, divine timing, divine order. It all will come around the way it's meant to. In divine order, divine timing. Some things just can't be rushed. And I know it's hard to have patience, but got to. And the last one, beautiful, is transform. And it says, the angels want you to know that you are now coming full circle. You are ready to move on to the next stage of your life. But that doesn't mean you have to forget the past completely. All of the experiences that have led up to this point have equipped you with the tools to move forward. And it says, all things in life change, and I adapt willingly and easily. All things in life change, and I adapt willingly and easily. So transform. That's what it says right there. So I hope that helps you, Deborah. I hope, this reading has resonated with you, sweetheart. I'm sending you healing love and light and comfort. Just know I'm here. And, I hope that it's helped give you some answers and some guidance and some direction on a path forward. And I hope that it's helped to encourage you to, see the future ahead, to not be so grounded or rigid in the past, because sometimes that past can haunt our future. It can poison our future. It can destroy our happiness if we allow it. So I hope that somehow this brings you some love, some comfort, some peace, and some clarity and understanding on which direction to go forward with now. So I want to thank you so much for trusting me to read for you tonight. It's been an honor, sweetheart. Hi, everyone else who came in. Well, Deborah, real quickly, don't just send her a text message. Write her a long email. Maybe you have to write it out on paper and send it through snail mail. So she has it where she can go to it and hold it out and read it over and over. Because look, beautiful. I'm the worst person when it comes to emails, and I try and get to them, but then I get pulled in other directions. You know, like I know my actual physical mail that gets delivered to my house. I have to go through that because some of them are bills. So I'm actually physically opening the mail. You see, to where email it's digital. It's a different thing if that makes any sense. So I would try and write it out on paper and send it to her. Buy her a little card, a Hallmark card that says I'm thinking of you, I miss you, you know. But put your thoughts and your feelings in, write it down the old-fashioned way. Before technology came to be with the internet, we all had snail mail. That's how we had to rely on, get in touch with each other. Same thing with like calling people. Like if you weren't home, it's not like you could had a number and people had cell phones, so you had to wait till the person got home before you got a call back, unless you had a pager, and that was rare back then. At least when I was growing up as a kid. So, but I know you, I understand you get what I'm saying too. So I would try again. So thank you so much, honey. I'm deeply sorry, Deborah. I've like I said, I've been there. I really have, and yeah. I missed my brother. I missed him when we were in contact those 4.5, 5 years. Yeah, I missed him, but I had to force my hurt. I had to put it to the side because I had other people I had to think of besides myself and what I was dealing with, what was in front of me. You know, and unfortunately, just being human, we all do this where because we get so distracted by other things that's going on in our life that with what's right in front of us, some things take a back seat. you know it's out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. So maybe you need to put that thought back in your sister's mind, and it might mean writing an actual letter to her so she can have it in her hands and read it and spend some time digesting it again and see then if you'll get an answer. Because holding on to that pain, beautiful, it's just going to make you miserable. And you don't want that. And I know you don't want the people around you who love and care about you, who've been there. You don't want to, um, make them miserable. Hi, America. Thank you, honey. How you doing? Bobby telling me to eat and stand up for 5 minutes. Yeah. I gotta get up and move around. You're right. So I'm sending nothing but positive light and love and a virtual hug to you, Deborah. So I hope all that helps you, girlfriend. Let's see. I gotta find something to munch on. Ouch. Let me see something. Before I walk away, I just want to make sure nobody else sent a donation. Okay. Oh, good, Deborah. I get it, girlfriend. God knows I've been impatient myself at times. It's very hard. I understand, especially when you want something so badly. Okay. Alright, let me get up and move around for a minute and find some beef jerky. I think I gotta use the ladies' room again. I'll be back, beautiful people. And Bob and Moonchild Eternal, if Antiquity shows up, tell her I'll be back. Because I've been waiting on her. I'm hoping she'll show up. What y'all talking about? Hey Finn, how you doing, baby? Oh. Well, Darby, you always said that Hazel goes to sleep listening to my videos, girlfriend. Have you tried that yet? Hello. Oh, it is good. These honey mustard pretzels are good. I opened it up last night after I ended the stream and started munching on them. And I opened the chocolate covered pretzels too. And I ate a couple of those. It's all good. And that sounds nice, Finn. I love the moonlight. My Sunday's been good. I initially thought I was gonna just chill out tonight, but I no. Hazel's my youngest fan. Yeah, she is. She's the cutest one of them all too. So so I did open a couple of them up last night and ate some of them. I've just been periodically munching on the honey mustard ones. I haven't opened any of the other ones yet, but I did open that one and chocolate covered ones. And you know, Moonchild, you must have made the couch potato jealous, because he must have ran an errand today while I was sleeping. And when I woke up, he had to go to the pharmacy, I think, to pick up one of my medicines and his, and he comes back with some Reese peanut butter cups too, because he knows how much I love them. She says my name as Manda. Oh, I love that. so, so I got Reese peanut butter cups too, because Eternal was telling me last night that he said I've lost a lot of weight since he started watching me a year ago. He said there's a difference in me, and it's like, I don't think so, but maybe. Um, I want to say when I moved here, I might have been 124, 126, something like that. Because obviously, being up in the mountains, there isn't a whole lot to do. And plus, I was recovering from surgery still. So I could do nothing but sit around with my arm in a sling. Um, and so I guess since I've been here in a year, I guess I probably lost about 8, 10 pounds. And that's what Eternal said. He said, you can really see it in my face. He said, you can see it all over, but you can really see it in my face. It's like, I don't notice. I don't pay attention to a scale. I had to get on the scale once recently, though. One of my doctors wanted to see what I weighed, so that's the only reason why I know. So yeah, I got Reese peanut butter cups too, which I love. So he didn't ask me what else you got me. Well, I don't even think he asked me any of what you got me. I just brought the box in here and unpacked it in here and put the apple bread in the fridge, which I'll open that tomorrow. So, hey, Moonchild, that could be also why he made dinner last night. You never know. No, I'm not worried. Let's just say if I was to gain that 10 pounds back, my clothes will still fit me, so. Yeah, because most women don't start showing until what, like 5, 6 months? It's like y'all go to bed one night and y'all, have very little stomach, and then y'all wake up the next morning with a big basketball in y'all's belly. It's like my mama always told me, and she described it this way. She said, having a baby is like pushing a watermelon through a strawberry. I was like, oh, no, thank you. mm. Well, Darby, I'm sure your husband don't mind that. Well, yeah, I can see that because, Bob, it's like you're not using and burning through all them calories if you're not up moving about. So, plus not, maintaining or gaining muscle. That makes sense. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's from wearing my high heels because when I put on my high heels and I wear them all the time, my muscles in my upper body and, like my thighs and legs and hips, I'll thicken out some. Hi, Daphne. How you doing, beautiful? Beautiful, I don't know what it is with YouTube, honey. Like, you're not the only one who's told me you didn't get a notification. A couple of people have told me over the last few days they didn't get a notification either. If it wasn't for me telling y'all, like y'all know when I normally stream. So if it wasn't for y'all coming on YouTube to check, y'all wouldn't know and y'all would miss me. And I don't understand it. I don't know why YouTube's doing that, but yeah. So I'm sorry you didn't get a notification, but I'm sorry, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you came on. You just might, Bob. I still want that picture. I want to still see you in your red high heels. I deserve a picture, Dad. It's so weird. I've even heard of YouTube unsubscribing people who subscribed. And I've heard that from multiple people. So, and I forget to mention that. I should have mentioned it the last few nights, but I forget. for people to double check that they're still subscribed, period, because you may find that YouTube, for whatever reason, unsubscribed you, but I've heard of that happening too. It is crazy, Daphne. Hi, my Laney. Good night to you too, sweetheart. Is Hazel still awake? You know, Finn, I don't think I've ever seen it either. I've heard of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it myself. Why is that, baby? Do you know how many movies I haven't watched? Like, I'll put it to you like this, Finn. The last 20 years, I can probably guarantee I haven't watched probably 99% of the movies that are out there. That's how much TV I watch. Oh, I love meatloaf. You see, I can easily save money. I wouldn't be missing cable because I don't watch TV. Like, I don't even have a TV in my bedroom. YouTube is pretty much my TV. I don't have Netflix. I don't have any of that. Hello, Mr. X. Oh, I agree, Moonchild. I'm not missing one. Trust me. I haven't watched any TV since I've been living in this house. And I kid you not, I have not sat in my living room and watched a movie. And I've been here a year. Like I said, all my time in this house is either in this office or in the bedroom. And I have no TV in there, so I mean, I'm not missing anything. I think it's good because I know before, when there was a TV, I couldn't sleep because I'd always hear it. I can fall asleep to music, but the TV itself, I can't. It keeps me awake, and I don't like it. So I do have another TV. It's just not plugged in anywhere. And like I said, I ain't missing it, so. Exactly, Moonchild. Hi, H and E W B. I got her to sleep just talking. Oh, I'm glad she's sleeping now. Good night, Hazel. Sweet dreams, honey. Yes, Daphne. I have a bad sweet tooth sometimes. I love cakes. I love cookies. Like, I love a chocolate chip. Um, if I have a strawberry cheesecake, if I have a strawberry shortcake, even if it's just a regular, some type of like, um, vanilla cake with like buttercream icing or something like that. Oh yeah, I'll eat it. But I do love cookies. Like I said, Miss Moonchild sent me all this, in case you missed it, Daphne. She sent me all these sweets. Let's see. And my Reese cups that the couch potato got me is in here too. So, see, I got chocolate covered pretzels from her. And these chocolate covered pretzels. And then she got me like what? 3 bags of pretzels, different flavors, and a bag of chips, and some apple bread. So, I did open this last night. I did eat one. See, Moonchild, it's open. So, I did eat one. I know, I'm so mean. Oh, Daphne, I love sweets. Here, I'll show you my other sweets that the couch potato brought me. So, sweets. I love Reese's. He got me 2 packs of them because he knows how much I love them. So yeah, I eat sweets. I may not eat them as much as some, but I do eat them. I'm evil. I mean, you know. Hi, Diane. How you doing, honey? Aw, sweet Darby. I'm excited. I can't wait to get it, honey. So yeah, I do eat sweets. You missed the strawberry shortcake I had for my, or not strawberry shortcake, strawberry cheesecake I got for my birthday. That thing was huge. And it was like this thick because it was from Cheesecake Factory. And I ate like I ate like 4 slices out of it. And it was the biggest one they make, so I can be bad at sweets. It's been good, Diane. Yeah, that cake did take me days to finish, but I did finish it. High level up dojo. Ooh, that sounds good, Darby. Oh man, yeah, I agree, Daphne. I love some Cheesecake Factory, boy. Both their cheesecakes and they even have good food there. I've had a lot of their food there. I haven't eaten their actual food in years, but I get a cheesecake from them a few times a year because I'll pick one up to take to my family's house for like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Aw, that's sweet of you to say. Level up, Dojo. It's good to see you, baby. So yeah, I got my sweets. Um, I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, hell, if I had some bluebell strawberry ice cream, I'd eat that. I would eat the blue bunny red velvet. That's good. I love mint chocolate chip. I can tear up some sweets. I'm just not a big bread person, is what it is. Triple D. Is that what you are now, Darby? Yeah, Diane, I thought I was going to just take it easy tonight, but one of the subscribers sent me a donation last night, but I didn't get an email for it like I usually do. So, and if it wasn't for me going on my bank account, I wouldn't have even known. So, and I feel bad because they didn't even tell me. So, so I came on for her and in case anyone else. But I haven't seen her show up yet. Hi, Fred. How you doing? My bad, Darby. Hey, sometimes I can have a guy's, thought process too. Man, I wish I had some, well, no, I don't have any cookies right now, Diane, but I mean these pretzels that Miss Moonchild sent me. The couch potato got me some Reese's peanut butter cups because I think he got jealous of the box that um, um, Moonchild sent me. So I'm just munching on the pretzels, the beef jerky, and chips. I don't have anything else in this house. So one of my days off, hopefully I'll get to a steakhouse and get some food. Wolfie just jumped that gate again. Doggone it. Hold on, y'all. crazy cat. Oh, hey, Gnostic. How you doing, baby? How you feeling? I like raisin toast, Finn. As long as you got some apple butter, baby. You better got apple butter, otherwise I won't eat it. Hi, too hectic. Let's see what else. I mean, y'all gonna make me want to go in there and get that, apple bread. Oh, cool, Gnostic. Oh, yeah, I love apple butter. And strawberry jam. Sign me up. I love strawberries. I also like the, blueberries, yeah, but there's the other one. What is it freaking called? And I'm sure I have some in my fridge, but it's the store-bought crap. Blackberries. Well, that's interesting, Gnostic. I'm sorry, Diane. I'm sorry, honey. You're right, Moonchild. I do need a fridge in my office. And I love cheese. Oh my god. I love cheese. Pepper Jack's my favorite. I'll eat almost any kind of cheese, but pepper Jack's my favorite. Yeah, we did, Barbie. I know. I can use a Red Bull fridge. I got a spot in this on my wall here I could put it at too. Hmm. Trying to think of what other sweet stuff I eat. I know there's probably several other things out there I like. I'm just not thinking of them. Wow, Gnostic. That would be amazing, baby. Wow. That will be awesome, Gnostic. Well, I'll be hoping and praying for you that it turns out to be. Oh, yeah, Darby. I love all that. I love cheese, period. Oh, level up, Dojo. Happy birthday to your mama. I'm glad you got to go through and see her. You are blessed. Yeah, Moonchild, but it wasn't that great. I didn't get to go to the restaurant because it's, for me, where I'm at now, it's 2 hours one way. And if I had gone that day, I wouldn't have made it back in time to be somewhere or do something. I'll be here with y'all. That's what it is. Because traffic gets bad because even though I'm close to the interstate, to get home is the way everybody goes to get home when they leave Atlanta. So I'd be in traffic jam for 3 hours plus. So I couldn't go out there, so I have to wait for another day to go. But I will. But the other Mexican restaurant, it was all right. I ate some food, and that's, I did that. All right, Fan. Well, you have a good night, baby. Sweet dreams to you. Oh, I love that, Darby. Well, that would be awesome, Gnostic. I'm hoping nothing but the best for you, baby. That would be amazing. Come to Ohio. It's true too, Darby. You won't forget what, Gnostic. Hello, Mark. Do I need a wealthy man? Oh, Gnostic. Well, I hope you won't forget about me, baby. I mean, I don't expect you're going anywhere, right? Do I need a wealthy man? Sure. Why not? One hand washes the other. That's true. Yep. Like Darby said, I got a car in the shop that needs to be fixed. That I'm still trying to work to get the money for to have it fixed. You know. That will be amazing, Gnostic. I'll be keeping my fingers crossed for you, baby. But that comes true. I want it to be true for you. You gonna buy everyone new wheels? Hey, baby, just buy me a new house. I'll be happy. That way I can get out of this house and get away from here. That's beautiful, Gnostic. I am too. Yeah, I do. Just gotta still get my car fixed first, but, you know, I'm patient, you know. Even though I've had people say they were gonna help me with this or help me with that, they all end up saying the same crap and don't follow through. One for you and yours in a vacation home. That sounds lovely, Gnostic. I would love that very much. No, Moonchild, I haven't seen him since that night. I know, Gnostic. That's rough, baby. I know you're doing all you can to live as best as you can. Yeah, Darby. And, Miss Fiona was gonna start it, but I know her mama got sick, so... And I didn't want to bug her. And just keep doing what you can, Gnostic. It'll all fall into place. So, yeah... See about, I mean, I guess I can still go down that route, Darby. Because I'm going to need new brakes for it, too. Yeah, last I heard her mama was sick or she wasn't doing well, so... Um, so I haven't messed with it. I didn't want to bug her. I mean, last time I got my car fixed, not the, not his, but when my car went into the shop first time, I was lucky and blessed, by someone who paid the, $1,400 to have it fixed. They sent me the money, right after I got the estimate back and sent me all $1,400 to have it fixed. But I haven't seen that person since then. No, thank you, Darby. Yeah, you gotta look at it. Because I do need my car. Oh, I know, Darby. It'll be alright, Darby. You just gotta remind him of that. Maybe he'll be able to do something else to make more money where he's at so he won't feel so stressed. Yeah. Did y'all have fun with the raffle I did? I thought it was fun. Kept everybody on edge. I'm the only one that knew before everybody else found out. That's awesome, Gnostic. Hi, George. It was fun, Moonchild. Well, I'm glad y'all thought it was fun. I thought it was a cool idea. And since Darby agreed to do it, I figured why not. Wow, Gnostic. I love Victorian style homes. They're beautiful. It'll be our house. Okay. Sounds good, Gnostic. Hi, Chris. I'll decorate it all pretty. Yeah, we could. You're right about that, Darby. That many bedrooms. Mhm. Oh, it sounds nice, Gnostic. There was this where I grew up. You know, that's nice, Gnostic. In California, where I grew up, there was this beautiful Victorian style house, and it was beautiful. Only problem was it was abandoned. I don't know what happened. You know, I was a little girl, but I'll never forget that house. Yeah, it needed some work. Um, and the only reason why I know this because my brother decided to go venture inside it with a couple of the other neighborhood kids, and he forced me to tag along and looked around and yeah, I mean it needed some work, but if they had put the money into it and the time, it would. I know it's a gorgeous house. I know it has to still be sitting there, and I can just imagine what that house looks like right now because I know somebody had to buy it. I mean that's always possible. Could be haunted. So um, there's this big huge house over there too, though. I always called it the Batman house because you could tell it's a huge house and it's on a huge piece of property and it's all fenced in with like a metal steel fence with brick columns between them. But you drive down the street and you see this big huge house back there, but it always looks dark. It kind of looks spooky. It always reminded me of like the Batman movie. But I can just imagine that house is gorgeous. Oh my gosh, Darby. I bet. I'm sure it was gorgeous. Yeah, I've heard of that, Gnostic. And thank you for the heart emojis. I'll have to look it up, Gnostic. I've heard of it. I think I've heard of it. So I always wondered about this big, huge Batman house. So I said one of these days I'll have a house like that. Not, it wouldn't look dark like that, but just to have a house and not much property. So one of these days I'll have something like that. You're funny, Gnostic. What time is it? Name is 2:30. Okay, I'll give it till 3 o'clock. If I don't get any more paid readings by 3, or if Antiquity don't show up, I'm gonna head out. Hi, Kevin. Hello, Lisa. So, Gnostic, what are you supposed to do, baby? You're just gonna keep researching and then reach out to somebody, see if it's true or not? Okay, Darby. I'll look at it a little later, and I'll respond to you since you got my number. I'm sorry, Gnostic. Baby, I know that's gotta be hard, but, you know, at least you're finding out where your roots are. I mean, if you didn't know that you had, you were adopted or whatever, I can understand how that would bother you more. Hi, King B. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Do you? Okay. Miss Lisa, I don't do zodiac readings. I only do the collective at the beginning of the stream, and everything else after that is paid readings. Lisa, my mod just posted the info right above your comment in the chat, sweetheart. Let's see. Unfortunately, yeah, that one surprised me, Darby. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. Um, the energy from that person kind of, it's weird. But I understand what you're saying. And I'm not the only one that's, picked up on that weird energy that person puts out. And, you know, I just think that they wish they could be like us because of what you just said in the app. We need a poster that says this energy ain't free. Yeah, probably so, Darby. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, Moonchild. I'll message you, honey, because I think you and I gotta talk too. I know I still have to get his set up. I got a few people I have to set up. He don't have his set up yet. And I'm about to try and reach out to him. I don't know what you're gonna do, Bob, about that. Are you gonna install WhatsApp? Okay, Moonchild, I will. Oh, yeah. Well, I can send him an email. Let him know. But that's interesting. It's just a weird energy. Because somebody else said that they're wanting to be me. Or wishing they were like me. And yeah, Darby, I can see that with you too. So, it's just, yeah. Yeah, Bob, I would need you to download it, baby. That way I can message you through that. And it won't cost anything. Oh yeah, Moonchild, I need those too. You're right. I forgot about that. I meant to order something, and I didn't do it, and that was supposed to be one of them. Let's see. Because someone was giving me their theories about it. Let's see. Whoa. Hold on, Bob. I'll tell you, baby. No, I just sent it to you, baby. Bob, I just sent you an email to tell you who it is. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know, Lisa. People are crazy nowadays. Oh, you saw the email, Bob? Yeah, they seem to have plenty of time, but I didn't realize they had that much time because I thought they worked, but maybe, not as much as maybe I thought. I don't know. Mm. Okay, Rob. Well, when I come back from my days off, it's 40. So, you want me to do a personal reading? It'll be 40 when I come back. Does it make sense to you, Bob? It makes sense to me, besides the fact the energies that me and Moonchild and Eternal have picked up too. You know? Well, Rob, I'm a businesswoman like everyone else who has a business, and what I offer, you pay $100 elsewhere, and you won't get half of what I deliver. So, yeah, I'm not worried about it. So, and that's right. Inflation's a mother. That's all I can say. A box of diapers is 50. Jesus. Mm, that's crazy. Is that the other reason why you think I'm so cheap, Darby? I mean, Rob, that's a lot of things. Hello, Shane. Have a good night. Good day. Oh, yeah, well, Darby would have to send it all to me. I don't know what was said, Bob. I mean, Darby, you would have to screenshot all that and send it to me, what was said, because I'd be curious to read it. And I'd probably be able to get a better energy read off of it if, you sent the screenshots to me. Hi, Karen. Oh, my goodness. It feels like it's Christmas. You have a package coming to me, and it should be here. It's going to be shipped in a couple of days to me. Okay, honey, I'll be on the lookout for it. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. How you doing, honey? Yes, Bob, I can. Hi, Gina. I'm gravy, beautiful. How you doing? Okay, Darby. Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'm really curious now, Darby. It shipped from the warehouse. Okay, Karen. Well, thank you so much, honey. That's so sweet of you. You are spoiling me. It's like it's Christmas. Is it my birthday again? Thank you. Hello, Jose. Mm. How's everything going? Very true, Bob. I agree. Yeah, Darby, you can always do it that way too, beautiful. It's a late one. Aw, well, thank you. I appreciate you so much, beautiful. Damn, I just got cold all of a sudden. I mean, that's up to you, Darby. Don't stress yourself out because you're pregnant. Yeah, Eternal Light was here. I'm sure he's still in the background. He's probably snoozing. Lisa, what is it that you wish men would understand that you feel they don't understand? Intelligence. Yeah. Coffee break for you, Karen? Yum. I mean, but I think that's true on both sides, Lisa. I think a lot of times we just misunderstand each other. because it's our communication styles. It's just the way we're wired. But, I mean, are you meeting... Oh, yeah, many of them don't, you're right. But there's still some out there who do. Yeah, okay, Rob. You know, it's like, unfortunately, I mean, it depends on what it is. On one side of the table, okay, you can say men can be dumb. Even Bob would say stupid. But on the other side, they're actually very smart, very intelligent. And sometimes I don't think they get enough credit for it, depending on what it is. Um, but you know, there's always a thing about how men are always, you know, attractive to, you know, um, beautiful women, we'll just say. And that, you know, makes them lose all their brain cells in that moment sometimes too. So, yeah. Yes, I believe in life after death. Right, Darby? That's what I'm saying. There are some men who are more in tuned. But the problem is, and this is the problem I have with the generation, the younger generation, the type of man I like, the type of man that would, you know, would win me over and, you know, sweep me off my feet, is the type of man that most people in today's world, especially the younger generation, would call a simp. And I don't see them as a simp. And I hate that word. I've had few guys come in here and say it, and I bounced them as soon as I see it because I can't stand that word. That's a real man to me. Oh, good night, Nancy. Sweet dreams to you. So, I just think that, you know, it's like, how do I put this? I heard something recently that was very funny, but it was also very true. Um, okay, and I'm not picking on one side, okay? I'm just giving y'all an example. And this came from a guy. And he said, you know, that men need to stop telling women they need to learn how to cook like their grandmothers did because they're definitely not paying bills like grandpa did either. And I cracked up laughing. I'm like, well, isn't that the truth? You don't get closer to the truth than that, but guys don't want to hear that either. So, but that's too much of a gender role as well, which I have a problem with. But I do feel that it's not so much the man's place it is, but it isn't. I was raised that it's a man's role to be the provider and protector. But what ends up happening is, you know, especially with the younger generation, they just have a different mindset. And of course they would blame it on, you know, um feminine rights and all that other stuff, which I'm not saying I don't play into it, but It still doesn't change the fact that there are many jobs out there that both, men and women can do the same exact job, but women still get paid less. And I'll never understand that. But whatever. Um, and then you have, the guys out there that want that feminine energy. They want a feminine woman and they want her soft, nurturing side. Well, you're not going to give her a soft, nurturing side until you give her the right space to be soft and loving and attentive and nurturing, which means you got to give her a space to feel safe and secure, feel protected, to trust you. And yeah, part of that is being the protector and yes, the provider too. Then, that feminine energy will come out even more. But guys don't want to hear that either. They don't want to hear it takes, a while to um, unwrap a woman, we'll just say. Because it's like, the saying I always say, you have to undress a person's soul before you undress their clothes. But, people don't seem to believe that, at least majority, it seems, in the world today, the younger generation especially. So that gets lost. And that's why I'm always specific and I'm always, I don't play. Like, I don't settle. I don't sit there and put up with that nonsense. And then all these guys get mad at me because I would never give them the time of day with their attitude and, the way they talk and think they can get away with just saying anything and everything to me. And that I'm supposed to be happy that they're giving me attention. No. There is that too, Bob. Yeah. It's the entitlement. So there's a lot of that. No, but you see, the problem with that, Darby, and you're right, because, men who have that attitude, who don't appreciate a woman's help, a woman's work at home, can't see the value in it that, if she's taking on the whole house and taking care of the kids, that means pretty much, in all actuality, most of the time, they're pretty much just have to get up, go to work, come home, take a shower, eat, and sleep, and, maybe hopefully have some family time. Most of the responsibilities are taken off of them. And so they can appreciate, the woman, who does stay at home, who's the housewife or who is the stay at home mom. And because she's able to hold the household down that way, the man is able to focus solely on his career and climbing that ladder. So that is, sad to see that many men out there don't see women that way, who do help, to create that space so they can be, focus on their career. And I will say that's probably one of the other good things that the couch potato did give me. And he always said that. He always told me that, even when he got his raises and when he got his yearly bonuses, he always told me, no, this is ours. You helped me make this because you made it possible by taking on the house and all these other responsibilities so I can just focus on work. Just that simple acknowledgement, giving me that appreciation, knowing that I did do a lot, that I contributed in that way to take the stress off his shoulders in that aspect. So he always told me that it wasn't just him working for his salary, it was us. Because it took what I brought to the table to make it happen too. And that's rare. It's rare to hear a guy say that when you have a wife who's either a stay-at-home wife or a stay-at-home mom. Yes, Eric, that has happened a lot too. And it doesn't make any sense. Rob, looks on everything. Looks on everything. You know, you would be surprised what my insignificant other looks like. So looks on everything. And when it comes to a woman like me, oh, it definitely isn't anything. Because I'm a Pisces. I care more about what's on the inside than what's on the outside. Well, you know, Darby, that's gonna happen. Y'all are expecting a baby, so. But yeah. That's interesting. That's possible too. Humpty, let me tell you something. Just because I wasn't doing anything at the moment doesn't mean I'm still going to allow anyone to preach in here. That's not what this stream's about. And it's my stream. It's my channel. So, respect my rules. I don't need anybody to preach nothing to me. You know, you can have your opinions. I don't mind different opinions. But no, I don't need other people coming here and trying to tell me what the way they think the world works. Especially if it has anything to do with religion, because I'm open to all religions, not just one. And, you know, I'm connected to the divine, so, you know, trying to convince me of something, I don't know if you're going to convince me. That's a hard thing to do, given my connection already. But you got to understand there's many people from all across the globe and who have different religious beliefs, different cultural beliefs. And I want everyone in here to feel welcome and to feel like they can come here and have some peace and quiet, you know, be happy, or if they just want to sit here and talk with me, you know, just, you know, to gain my wisdom or whatever, or get a reading from me. You know, I don't want anybody to feel like they can't be here because someone else is preaching something they don't believe in or trying to tell them they're wrong for believing the way they do. Hi, Shelby. How you doing? Well, Humpty, that's cool, but not on my stream. Not here. I don't want it in here. You too. And that's awesome to hear, Shelby. I'm glad you had a great day, beautiful. Hey, y'all can go ahead and do that too, Bob. You know what? Let me just do it. That way they can't come back in here. Nope. You're right. I don't know what it means, but knowing y'all just said that tells me pretty much probably has something to do with that subject. Oh, is it? Yeah. Well, that definitely wouldn't go over well with me. Like, oh, that's what it is. Okay. I mean, I'm surprised he would want to be in here with me then. Because I'm definitely, I mean, yes, I'm white, but I'm not 100% white, so people are crazy. Hi, Scott. How you doing, handsome? And hi, Eric. There's another handsome. Yeah, that stuff's scary. You was about to get jealous, Eric. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Oh, okay, Darby. Gotcha. You may have to remind me down the road. Oh no, Scott, I'm sorry, baby. I hope you feel better, honey. I'm sending you love and light, baby. Oh, well, that's good to hear, Shelby. I'm sorry you're tired, honey, but I get it. I hope you feel better, Scott. Hi, Buttercup. How you doing, honey? Oh, that was a good one, Buttercup. Mm, oh my goodness. You are funny. Oh, that was a good one. That's my kind of sense of humor right there. It definitely was right on time. Perfect timing, Buttercup. Oh, thank you. Forget me not. I appreciate it. Yeah, perfect timing. Divine timing. Like I say, divine's always right on time. Mm-mm-mm. Oh my goodness, Eric. I agree with that too. Wow, Darby, that's crazy. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Is that right, Rob? You know? Hmm. Oh crap, Wolfie jumped the gate again. Hold on, y'all. I'll be back. What are you doing? What I miss? Oh dear, Bob. Yeah, stay away from them. And Eric. I don't need to be coming down there and trying to bail y'all out of jail. Geeky friends, Eric. Hey. Ain't nothing wrong with being a geek, baby. I think geeks are sexy. It's funny, Eric. Hi, Anytime Television. Oh my gosh, Eric. Oh, that man would have never seen the light of day if it was me, baby. That's terrible, Eric. Toby's in the garage. Wolfie's the one running around inside, causing chaos. Oh, I made you blush, baby. Oh. Well, that's a good thing. Hi, Nicole. Oh, that's sweet, Darby. I think nerds and geeks are sexy. I always have, because they're very smart. I've always been attracted to intelligence. And, you know, it's just, you know, like whoever this guy is keeps talking about all about looks. It's like, yeah, I guess, all brawn and no brains, as the saying goes. Or like, you know, they would say just a meathead. Oh no, Gina, it's not like that. You gotta understand, I found Toby, he was outside, he was a stray, and he likes the garage. So he's in the house during the day. I'll go out there and get him, and he'll stay in the house during the day. But come night, and he knows the time, it's like he's on an alarm clock. He wants in the garage, and he'll keep bugging you until you put him in the garage. Like every single time you get up, he's headed towards the door to the garage. He wants in the garage. So it's not me putting him out. He likes sleeping in the garage. Don't ask me why. Only once in a while will he sleep in the house. So, like, I got him to sleep in the house with me when the couch potato went and stayed at his kid's house or his sister's house. He might be hunting in that garage for something, but he does. He likes that garage, so, okay. So I put him out there. Oh, welcome back, Diane. Yeah, beautiful. I got something to share with you, Miss Diane. That's what I like, Eric. Oh, well, Diane, but that's a good thing, though. You don't need all that processed sweets. That stuff's bad, even for me when I eat it. I won't eat any more in front of you, Diane. I'll go to the corner and eat so y'all can't see me eat. Them chocolate pretzels are good, though. I got some nutty buddies over there, too. I'm gravy. Yeah, fruit is good. I like fruit. People are crazy. Hey, Bob. That person's name I sent to you. Yeah, I think somebody got the hots for you, baby. Oh, is it, Eric? Well, Miss Moonchild sent me some. I got some over here just for you, baby. Yep, I got a container right here. Let's see where to go. It's in the back. I got these, and then she even sent me these. You're so funny, Shelby. Oh, good night, Darby. Sweet dreams, honey. I'll be in touch the next day or so. All right. Yeah, keep me posted on that issue, please. I want to know. Alright, put these back or I'll eat the whole doggone container. Bob, what you mean another one? Y'all blocked him before I even could say nothing. I was just like, he's already gone. Dark chocolate pretzels are your favorite, baby. I don't know how 3 inches got back, Diane, but apparently he still ain't learned. Yeah, if I was his girlfriend, I would have left him too. It takes more than a small pickle to make you wiggle. That's all I'm going to say. Oh my gosh. Eric. Oh Lord. Is it that hour? Oh, it's 3:33 for me, baby. So it's getting close to that hour. You know, Nicole, that's a matter of, I guess it depends on who you asking, honey. In magazines I have, yeah. There was that one guy that was famous back in the, 80s, 90s. His name was, I think it was Long John Silver. And I could never understand because I don't understand how, you know, I don't know how that happened, but okay. Good morning, Michael. Oh, I cannot believe we're talking about 3 inches again. You know, we hardly ever talk about him anymore, that I always forget. And then until something like that comes up. Oh my goodness. Hi, David. Yeah, Eric, he has me, baby. He got some other ladies after him, too. He just may not know it, but I do. Is Audra here? Holy cow. Wow. Is it my lucky day, Audra? I've gotten you a couple days in the same week. Wow. How you doing, beautiful? Oh my goodness, Nicole. That's funny. I know, right, Diane? It does. It's been almost a year, but every single time we mention him, we can all get a good laugh. uh, that guy don't realize how much laughter he gave us just by mentioning that, trying to impress me. But you can't sleep, beautiful? Doing gravy? Speed, no. He always shows up on the 3rd of the month. Is that right, Eric? So how you been, Audra? When you were here last time, beautiful, I didn't get to talk to you a whole lot. I know. Oh, that would have been funny if he did show up on the 3rd of the month. It's like, okay, I'll give you an extra inch just because you showed up on time. Because y'all keep saying I keep taking away an inch from him. Hello, JK. Oh, it's nice to see you too. Mr. 3 inches will never know, never understand how much laughter he has been the laugh of our streams for many, many months now. Yeah, Jericho, we all got a good laugh. I mean, like, I would tell anybody else, you want to impress me with some 3 inches. The only thing that's going to impress me is, let's see, a wad of $100 bills, like a stack, and, a plastic credit card that has an unlimited credit line and then hasn't been used. That's it. So. Oh, that's awesome, Audra. Yeah, I'd love to see him, girlfriend. You know, Audra, you missed my 1-year channel anniversary Friday, girlfriend. Shelby. Yeah, it was something else. Well, it's like when the initial guy came in here and said that, I even missed it. I didn't even know he was in here and had said that. It was Diane and somebody else had told me what he had said. And it was like, oh, really? Oh, okay. So we started making jokes about it. You want to send me a tribute? What, you mean a donation? I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. Yes, it was Friday. I mean, that's when I posted my first video. My first pre-recorded video after my introductory video I posted. And it just so happened to be on my mama's birthday, too. But I didn't start actually streaming until the last week of August, first week of September, something like that. But yeah, so it was a year. In fact, YouTube had sent me a message saying it was a year. So, hi, Season Troll. How you doing? You should have sent me some pickle balloons to celebrate. That would have been funny. And then I would have blown y'all's eardrums popping one of them just to let Mr. 3 Inches know what I think of his 3 inches. Oh, that would have been so funny. I would have gotten a kick out of it, Audra. I mean, well, I don't know what to tell you. I think your name's Jericho. No. I can't blame the girl. That's all I'm gonna say. Take them down an inch at a time. Right? Well, there wouldn't be much to take down. You'd have to do it in like sections, like 1/4 of an inch, just to give him a little bit of wiggle room. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. Y'all are terrible. Y'all would have to get him one of those blow-up pumps. Wiggle us all. That would happen. Oh, my goodness. That's too funny. Man, do they even make tweezers that small, Eric? I would probably need like a little, a bobby pin or a baby pin or something. And that still probably would be too big. Oh, is that right, Bob? A Hubble telescope? All right, Eric. That's all it would take. I know, right, Shelby? He won't have nothing left. He definitely won't have nothing left to make no babies with either. They would have to use somebody else. His poor wife. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness. Audra. No, that's funny. All right, Shelby. I don't know if he'd have anything to even use the bathroom with. Like, they would have to make like a one of those bladder, like one of those medical bladders just for him. Poor guy. I feel bad for the doctor that'd have to do that. Hey, Jay. Ask a question. I guess depends on what kind of question you're wanting to ask. But if you're wanting a tarot reading, it's $30 US. Oh my goodness, David. Y'all are funny. That's probably what I would need just to break open, like when I get new decks in, just to get the plastic off of it. Just the tip. Okay, Jericho. You know, Jericho, we weren't talking about you unless you were Mr. 3 inches that came in here at the beginning or at the end of last year trying to impress me with 3 inches. So, just so you know. Yeah, he don't even meet the average standard, Gina. I think he got 2 inches robbed from him. Y'all are terrible. Yep, it's that hour, ain't it? Oh my goodness. Well, good luck with that, Jericho. Yeah, I mean, it's just been, quiet, Audra. I only did one read tonight. Oh, I don't know, Eric. Which one was it, baby? All right, Shelby. Well, thank you for stopping in and saying hi, beautiful. I'm glad we can make you laugh, beautiful. I'll be back Wednesday night for Rebel Night. So, sweet dreams to you, beautiful. I hope the next couple days are good while I'm out. Oh no, you forgot what, Buttercup Dreams. Oh, it's morning here in the United States too. It's almost 4 a.m. my time, honey. Okay, Gina. Oh, I understand, Audra. Oh no. Well, you didn't tell me that, beautiful. What happened? That explains why you're up. I got a new money and career deck too, Audra. I'll have to message you later, sweetheart, so you can fill me in on what's going on. Yeah, Bob, I saw something. Something about 13, 14-year-old girls. Like, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's like I don't have any kids. You have quite the story. Oh, I can just imagine, Audra. I mean, I hadn't seen you in a few months, so... But I know you said you're on a different sleep schedule, so... 3:55 a.m. Hi, Loretta. Oh, Audra, I'm happy to hear you're sleeping so much better, girlfriend. My sleep schedule's still pretty much the same. But I'm okay with it. Y'all better hide the garlic. You never know. I might turn into a vampire here in the next hour. Before the sun comes up. And then, yeah, I can even turn the light off too. That's what Bob would tell me to do. And be like, okay, Amanda, it's time to turn the light off and wind down. But I'm happy to hear you are sleeping so much better, girlfriend. I know that job was stressing you out. What do you mean 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.? Is that is that when you plan on working or hoping to be able to work, or is that when you plan on having off? Hello, Maria. Use SPF 100. Yeah, I don't even think I have any sunscreen in my house, baby. But the sun be coming up in about two hours, roughly. Oh, you're gonna work night shift? Okay. So I might see you more then, because I'll be on at night. Yep. This is the last night to get my personal in-depth reading for $30, because come Wednesday when I come back, it's gonna be $40. I said I'd wait till my 1-year channel anniversary before I raised it, and that has already come, so. But that'll be cool, Audra. I hope you get it, girlfriend. But yeah, I want to be filled in on what's been going on with you. So, I gotta make a note to call you, in fact, because there's a few people I need to reach out to. Oh, thank you, Audra. Hi, Spirit Brothers. Well, thank you for stopping by, baby. I'm sorry to hear your car's in the shop. I can relate. Let's see. Oh, definitely, Audra. And I think that would be great. So, like you said, they don't have to leave their homes, because I know it's draining on them to get all that poison through their body. So, that would be great, Audra. Let's see. I'm making a list of everybody I'm supposed to call so I don't forget. Mm. That cat don't listen. He don't listen for nothing. Hello, Waymaker. Yeah, Audra, did you hear? I got 8 kittens. Oh, I got 8 kittens now, Audra. You know, first there was Toby and then the stray mama cat. And you know, the stray mama cat had 4 kittens. I still got all 4 her babies and her. Out of the 4 kittens, 1 was male. So yeah, what did the one male do? Get the other ones pregnant. So now I have 8 kittens that are... Yeah, I still got her. I got that white one. Yeah, he's out running around now. He's still got them blue eyes, and he has what I think Eternal called him a fire tip cat or something. Tell me about it, honey. I didn't plan on having all these doggone kittens, like, but it's my fault too, I reckon, because I didn't stop and think about how, like, that cats can be very young and have kittens, still be kittens pretty much themselves and get pregnant. Like, I've never had kittens like that before, so never had to worry about it. It's like, oh, great. So I took a video of it. I just got to post it where you can see all 8 kittens now. And I think one of them still has to have their babies. They haven't yet, but I expected anything now. I'm just like, oh gosh. So I'm going to have to unfortunately take them to the Humane Society or something because I can't keep them. I can't do it. But I do have the mama cat. I still have Toby. Right, Audra? I mean, you know, I always wanted a little bunny rabbit, but no. I'm glad it's a cat. So the white one, I named Wolfie. And he's a pain in the butt. He's the sweetest cat. Very loving. Very, very clingy. You know, he reminds me a lot of a dog. You know how dogs follow you around and, you know, they just want attention and they just want to love on you. That's how he is. And if you don't give him attention, he'll start meowing and crying. So, well, it's 4:05. Yeah, I know. That was the only one I had planned on keeping, you're right. Because I plan on, you know, being, you know, rid of the other ones, but nope. They're still here. Nobody wanted them, I guess. Haley, you're in the wrong chat. Yeah, I know, Bob. It is. It's 4:06 in the morning. I tried waiting for Antiquity, but she's not here, so maybe I'll catch her Wednesday or Thursday. No. Yeah, I mean, I could put the cats outside, but then I would feel bad. You know, if there's a chance that, you know, someone will take them and they'll keep them indoors, I'd rather them, you know, be indoor cats, but I know there's no guarantee, but maybe there'll be a chance, though, that, you know, whoever would take them would keep them in the house instead of having them outside, but I just don't want to just release them outside. I, um, I would worry. You know what I mean? Just like the mama cat. I couldn't leave her out there once I realized she was pregnant. So, I guess it's a good thing I didn't have a dog again yet. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to have that cat. Okay, baby. Yeah, I'm fixing to go. Since it's 4 in the morning. Yeah, and I have litter boxes in my house, and I need. That's the other thing. It's like I can't have all these litter boxes in my house, but yeah, have to wait and see. So I'm waiting for the kittens to get big enough where they can be separated from the mama, and then I'm gonna take them down to the Humane Society if people don't take them from me. So, and I'm just gonna keep Toby and the white one, which is Wolfie, because Toby's been hissing still, even at Wolfie. I was a few nights ago, I was in the bed asleep, you know, and I had the door closed. I had Wolfie in the bed with me. Toby was out in the living room with Couch Potato. And there's Wolfie going through and trying to play footsies with Toby underneath the door. And so Toby would walk up to the door like I'd hear him scratching and sniffing. And then suddenly he start hissing at the door because of Wolfie. Like, he hisses at Wolfie all the time. I think so too, Audra. I'm hoping people will take them knowing that they're, you know, young. So, and hopefully they'll get adopted by people. There's another white one in there, though. I'm tempted to keep it if it's a male, and I believe it is. I think I hear one of the kittens right now. Boy, I don't know. I hope she didn't just have those babies. It makes me think like she did. I might have new kittens in there. So, I guess I should go check. So I'm gonna let you beautiful people go. Yes, please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Oh yeah, I heard that before. Um, Audra, Wolfie is not deaf, so he can hear. Okay, honey. Yeah. Send me the link, beautiful. So, everybody, thank you for being here with me and spending some time with me. I hope y'all have a good start to the new week, and y'all have a wonderful Monday, wherever y'all are at in the world. I'll be back here Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, beautiful people, take care. Good night.